The legend of the Crimson Demon Clan begins with Suqing. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 426, The Prince and Princess are jealous and collide. Idolizing the dragon-slaying hero wasn't a bad thing. In fact, almost every adventure ended with a hero vanquishing a dragon, and that was precisely why Prince Levi was so excited. It could be said that he didn't understand the power Zun Zun and his companions had in defeating the leaders of the Demon King's army, but the admiration for the dragon-slaying hero was undeniable. Prince Levi looked up to Zun Zun as if he were an idol. He couldn't help but shudder. If Sato Kazuma were seen like this, he would surely be secretly delighted, as if he had just eaten ice cream in the middle of summer. Zun Zun felt the same, but at the thought of bullying or even hitting him, he felt a little uneasy. Prince Levi, as long as you want, family, who would understand? If only he were as thick-skinned as Sato Kazuma, he wouldn't have to feel so embarrassed. Then, Prince Levi, about the money for support, that's impossible, tisk. Sato Kazuma was even more shameless than I imagined. He kept mentioning the maintenance money, but Prince Levi wouldn't budge. Unlike those uneducated and mischievous princes, he didn't spend money lightly on a whim. But this also made him very aware that there was still some leeway with the maintenance funds. The atmosphere at the banquet livened up. Prince Levi then extended his hand to Zun Zun and said, "You are truly very powerful. A dragon-slaying hero is truly amazing. So I'd like to make you a proposal. Would you like to come to our country?" He invited Zun Zun. As everyone knows, our country doesn't have the abundant military strength of the Belzig Kingdom, so we crave powerful adventurers. Although we do try hard to train knights, as you can see. Thinking of the knights defeated by Alice's simple move, Prince Levi's embarrassment was understandable. Well, come to our country. The Prime Minister also said that if you're willing to come, we can provide you with the best treatment. And don't worry about the money. After all, we're a casino powerhouse and won't treat you unfairly. You want to conquer them? Zun Zun scratched his head. He knew this was inevitable. After all, for a casino-rich nation, military prowess was paramount. But no, Alice stood up, blocking Zun Zun's way. Prince Levi frowned and said, "Why not? Although you're a princess of the Belzec royal family, Zun Zun is a crimson demon, not one of your subjects, right? And according to the rules, adventurers shouldn't have any loyalty restrictions. A mercenary relationship is also possible, right? Adventurers didn't have factions. Otherwise, adventurers from other kingdoms wouldn't have been able to gather in Belzec to resist the Demon King's invasion together. And as Prince Levi had said, adventurers belonged to guilds, the equivalent of mercenaries. In other words, Prince Levi could easily use the mercenary relationship to force Zun Zun to swear loyalty. No. Because Zun Zun, Alice became unusually anxious. She quickly thought of how to evade the question. Could she argue that Zun Zun was indispensable to the fight against the Demon King's army, that they had a close relationship, or that their comrades wouldn't be separated? Prince Levi waved his hand impatiently, saying, "I understand. Then I'll give in. I can give you the full amount of the support money. In return, I'll make Zun Zun mine." Huh? She hadn't expected him to offer her such a deal. It was pure predation. Such an offer was absolutely unacceptable. "I refuse," Alice vehemently refused. Prince Levi gritted his teeth, glaring at her. "Is that all right? You came here for the living money, right? This would be easier, wouldn't it?" "I won't do it," Alice said sternly. "Sacrificing combat power for money is the ultimate stupidity. Besides, Zun Zun is incredibly important to me. I won't hand him over to you." "Oh, really?" The boy was clearly furious, his cheeks as red as his hair. The girl, her chest motionless, showed no signs of budging. The two of them froze. "I'm sorry, Prince Levi." Zun Zun knew it was his turn to speak. "You are very kind, but I cannot accept this." His reply was quite formal. Prince Levi moved his lips, about to ask her opinion, but Zun Zun got in first. "Besides, it's fine if we don't." Sato Kazuma spread his hands indifferently. "Prince Levi, didn't you bet with us?" If you keep winning, you'll receive the aid, right, whatever you want, but if you lose, you'll have nothing. But I'm merciful enough to give you a chance. The conditions will remain in place until you leave your country, Prince Levi said firmly. Pray, tomorrow won't be so easy. I'll make you despair. So repent. After all this talk, it all came back to the bet. The pleasant atmosphere of the banquet had been strained by the invitation, threatening to end in acrimony. Alice and the others knew they couldn't stay any longer, so they stood up and took their leave. At this moment, Sato Kazuma suddenly said, Prince Levi, if it were me, how much money would you be willing to give us support? After all, I am a man of great military merit. I'm not asking for much. 50%, no, 30%, yes, if it were my brother, I'd be willing to negotiate. Alice decisively betrayed him. However, who are you? What? I wouldn't even give you 10%. Prince Levi clearly didn't treat him as a human being. That was too much. Although he said he didn't care, he was Alice's brother after all, and it was impossible for him to give money to such an insignificant person. Head. I was just saying it casually. I don't care. Yes. I am the adventurer Sato Kazuma, an adventurer who has defeated countless leaders of the Demon King's army. A mere support money. I don't care. Sato Kazuma, his defense broken, was the first to leave. This guy always gets treated like this, and even Zun Zun couldn't help but feel pity for him. Upon learning that Sato Kazuma couldn't change the money, Alice sighed in frustration, thanked Prince Levi for his hospitality, and left the royal city. Back at the inn, Sato Kazuma immediately gathered his companions. I want to teach that damn prince a lesson. No. As he made his dangerous declaration, Zun Zun quickly restrained the frantic Sato. Darkness, Aqua, Yunyun, and Megumin were all baffled by the sudden role reversal. Upon learning that Prince Levi was Zun Zun's fan and that Sato Kazuma hadn't even received 10% of the support funds, their expressions became deeply complicated. Aqua even laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Don't be like that, Kazuma. Zun Zun restrained the frantic Sato Kazuma, saying, we're on the right track. Don't do anything out of line. And if you want revenge on the prince, then take revenge on us at our daily bets. Her words to Zun Zun were completely disastrous. While they were arguing, Darkness fell deep in thought. If I leave Zun, I can get the support money. It's not impossible, even if we fail. Hey, there, I hear you. This guy seemed to be planning to keep him. For a mere support fee. No, saying mere wouldn't be a good idea. After all, that's enough to support an entire kingdom, perhaps 3 or 4 billion heiress. But is it a good idea? Megumin said, a little uneasy. Zun is already very talented. If he stays, he'll definitely have a better future. Indeed, Yunyun nodded. Besides being incredibly powerful, Zun is also very skilled at creating magic items, especially skill point potions. With sufficient funds, he could quickly create an army of high-level adventurers. Perhaps then, this kingdom, the Elrod Kingdom, would have the strength to stand against the Demon King's army alone. Of course, the price would be the fall of the Belzeg Kingdom. How could I accept that, Zun Zun? The Belzeg Kingdom doesn't just have you guys, it also has my family, and even, Zun Zun looked at the girl beside him and said with a smile, Alice is here too. How could I abandon you, Zun Zun? His companions were deeply moved by his words, and Alice even hugged him, causing Megumin and Yunyun to cry out. Seeing this, Sato Kazuma immediately made his stance clear. Me too. Because we're all here, Axel, and even Ahem, it's nothing. Anyway, I won't abandon anyone. Hey, don't you think that's a strange pause? Oh, and it's really suspicious of Kazuma to say something like that. That's not like him. It was evident that Sato Kazuma's past hadn't been appreciated by his companions, who, instead, considered him pretentious. Hey, although Sato Kazuma seemed furious at being misunderstood, Zun Zun knew from his pause that he was simply reluctant to part with Axel's succubus shop. There is no succubus shop in this kingdom, the two of them confirmed it on the first day. Anyway, if we keep this up, we'll soon receive the full support money, so don't do anything weird. We should say this. X6 now Zun Zun won't act recklessly, but will keep a close eye on Sato Kazuma. For the next few days, the three of them will go to the royal city daily to face Prince Levi's trial. And, as he said, the trial is getting harder every day. Griffins, stone statues, Nagelfur, etc., are almost all existences that ordinary adventurers can't deal with. And Alice easily solved them. On the other hand, Okay, I was wrong, damn it. After declaring defeat to Prince Levi, who knelt on the ground, they received the original support money within a week. Chapter 427, Earning 37 million with 20 yuan. A week passed. Every morning, Zun Zun and the others went to the royal city to face the prince's test. After Alice's constant use of basic attacks as ultimates, barely a warm-up exercise, Sato Kazuma's coin-tossing game that bent the rules, and Zun Zun ending with a story about slaying a dragon, finally. Great. Now the defense budget's back to normal. What's left is our original objective, fighting the Demon King's army. Ask them for support funds to launch the offensive. Wait, no way. After losing support funds one after another, I thought Prince Levi would see an opportunity to turn things around and agree, but he turned out to be surprisingly cautious. No way, we'll continue supporting the defense. Asking our country to pay for an attack against the Demon King's army will cause a lot of trouble, okay? If you agree, we might even be able to recoup the original money. Who would fall for such an obvious provocation? Prince Levi refused to give in, mocking Sato Kazuma's provocation. He wasn't a good player. A rational person like Prince Levi seems indifferent to the defense funds. Even if they lose, the status quo won't change. He's just having fun, and if he can avoid it, even better. But the money for the attack on the Demon King's army is the final point on which he won't budge. Listen, our country doesn't want to provoke the Demon King's army, so we can't fund their offensive. Paying the defense funds is basically forced by the situation. If they don't, they might be seen as deserting the Demon King's side, which would provoke an attack by all human forces. However, withholding the offensive funds gives them a wide margin of maneuver. At best, the status quo remains unchanged. Sato Kazuma looked at Zun Zun and, seeing his eyes indicating it's all up to you, smiled. Sure? You could win next time. Stop talking nonsense. How can someone who's always been losing suddenly win? Who are you to me, huh? The previously calm prince's expression suddenly turned bewildered, his mouth agape. His gaze fell on Sato Kazuma's outstretched right hand. Incidentally, the prince had guessed Sato Kazuma's left hand. Which meant, you're cheating, Prince Levi snapped, even cursing. Although he had been defiant and sarcastic when they had first met, he had never used a single swear word. It was easy to imagine the psychological impact Sato Kazuma had on him. Alice, though less exaggerated than Prince Levi, shared a look of surprise. Brother, could it be that since the first bet, the coin hasn't been in either hand? Indeed. Should cunning Alice remember what I said when I decided to settle the bet? It was. Guess where the coin is and you win, right? After Alice, the prince seemed to have figured it out. That was the trick Zun Zun had used to trick the arrogant Priscilla, earning himself the right to play with her breasts as he pleased. Now, Sato Kazuma had used it to win 50% of the support funds. As expected of Kazuma, no one can match his cunning and deceitfulness. You're praising me, aren't you? Isn't that the method you taught me? Haha, I'm praising you. Zun Zun and Alice exchanged a smile. Imbecile, 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 imbecile. How dare you deceive me? As a member of the royal family, you don't find it despicable? Not at all. The reply was firm. After all, Sato Kazuma was not a prince. At such impudence, Prince Levi gasped and said, Tisk. That's how peasants are. Well, as the prince of a gambling power, I didn't notice your deception. I'm stupid. I won't ask for your money back. In the end, Sato Kazuma's provocation backfired. Prince Levi meant that support for the defense could continue, but no longer, and that he would not accept it under any circumstances. Then we take our leave. I wish you success in defeating the Demon King. With these last, insincere words, Prince Levi dismissed them. Back at the inn, Alice returned to her room looking dejected, while Sato Kazuma summoned Darkness and the others to discuss what to do. That's what happened. After explaining what had happened, Sato Kazuma asked, somewhat annoyed, what should we do? Do you have any ideas? It's the only way. What? Zun Zun. Darkness said something foolish. Wait? What do you mean? Megumin slammed the table and demanded, are you asking us to abandon our comrades? Darkness didn't expect you to be like this. That's right, abandon Zun Zun or something? I don't agree, Yunyun cried, mimicking the situation. No, it's not that. I'm sorry, Darkness panicked. She hadn't been pressured yet, but the guy was still thinking about selling Zun Zun for money, and honestly, even the most level-headed person was getting a little angry. Zun Zun pointed at her and said, "Hey, Darkness, if you have those thoughts again, watch out, or I'll make you put on some fancy clothes and go to some shady shop to sell drinks to those scruffy guys. With your measly salary, do your best for the kingdom, I wish, huh? You're invincible, kid. When a pervert is more perverted than you have no way to deal with him." Darkness's anxious expression left everyone speechless. "After all, Zun Zun is our comrade, how can we abandon him?" Sato Kazuma said righteously, rapping the table, and then spread his hands and said, "Besides, that stupid prince might not be willing to pay." "No, he will definitely pay." Zun Zun, realizing that his companions had misunderstood him, Zun Zun quickly waved his hands to indicate that he didn't mean that. No, I'm not saying I'll stay. I'm just saying that, when it comes to it, Prince Levi will definitely pay." "And what about the increase in national strength you mentioned before?" "Partly because of that, Zun Zun is a high-level magic item master. With enough materials, he can produce skill point potions on an assembly line, thus mass-producing powerful knights and adventurers. But the most crucial factor is the Prime Minister. In reality, he is a spy infiltrated by the Demon King's army, and since Zun Zun is the main force in the fight against his minions, retaining him is a great feat, and they are willing to pay a high price for it." As expected, this is the only risky move. Sato Kazuma put on a villainous face. Darkness quickly grabbed his shoulder and said, "Hey, don't be hasty. Princess Alice has been wronged, but if you go too far, you could cause a serious diplomatic incident." "That's right, that's not right, Zun Zun, are you serious?" Sato Kazuma looked at Zun Zun, who, along with Darkness, was trying to persuade him, with a complicated expression. You see, when he came to this kingdom, Zun Zun was a die-hard fighter, determined to resolve the situation by force. However, now he was trying to persuade him. "Could it be because that idiot prince is a fan of yours? How is that possible?" "No, that's partly why." "Okay, go after him." Sato Kazuma stood up excitedly, but Darkness stopped him. Megumin suggested using explosive magic to bombard the royal castle, and Aqua offered to replace the flags flying above the castle with those of the Axis cult. Only Yunyun seemed worried, afraid they might act rashly. "Don't worry, I won't do anything out of the ordinary." Sato Kazuma stretched out a hand, a cold will-o'-the-wisp gleamed on his index finger, giving off an ominous atmosphere. Darkness's face darkened at the sight. "Hey, Kazuma, could that skill be, exactly? Death sentence, something I learned from the Delahan? Where the hell did you learn that from?" "That doesn't matter." Sato Kazuma didn't want to reveal anything about the Delahan. His mind was now occupied with the idea of cursing Prince Levi to disguise it as the work of a member of the Demon King's army and thus sever ties with him. "Forget it, don't do it," but Zun Zun stopped him. "That skill of yours will only give you diarrhea for a few days. It's completely useless." Ugh! Sato Kazuma's body froze completely. Death sentence was the curse the Delahan had placed on Zun Zun. Even Zun Zun, with his divine body, had fallen victim to it, so Sato Kazuma wanted to curse Prince Levi. His intentions were good, but he forgot he was a beginner. Although the skill's power was already dwindling, Sato Kazuma couldn't afford the considerable skill points required to learn Death Notice, so he had to settle for the shortened version. The effect, at most, was a few days of nausea. Calling it a joke wouldn't be an exaggeration. The Demon King's army cursed Prince Levi with diarrhea. "I don't understand if you're trying to embarrass him or discredit the Demon King's army." "Both." Sato Kazuma crossed his arms. If they didn't stop him, he would storm into the palace again and curse Prince Levi. Darkness, of course, wouldn't allow that, so she held him tightly. The clumsy crusader's only strength was his incredible physical strength and the power of his wrists, squeezing Sato Kazuma until he screamed in frustration. The commotion lasted for a while. Sato Kazuma said angrily, "This won't work, that won't work. So find a solution." "There's always a solution." "What solution?" X5 all eyes turned toward him after hearing Zun Zun's words. "You always overlook the most crucial thing. Have you all forgotten that this is a country full of casinos?" "Zun Zun, what you mean is..." "That's right, it depends on the gambling." Only then did the others suddenly realize. Chapter 428, All-in is a kind of wisdom. Just earning the support funds by gambling. It wasn't an idle dream, after all, the first king of Elrod, the gambling giant, had built his kingdom here with gambling winnings. "Really? That's what we're doing," the others suddenly realized. "I've been working on this for the past few days and forgot." "How dare I?" Aqua patted her head. Although she tried to look sweet and confused, she was a complete idiot and not sweet at all. But will this method work? Darkness was a little worried. Earning the funds for the kingdom's counterattack would be a huge sum of money. If they didn't win and ended up in jail, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were putting the cart before the horse. No problem, no problem, Aqua waved her hand and said with a smile, Mr. Kazuma has incredible luck. A simple support fund shouldn't be a piece of cake. Why are you so complacent? But Aqua's right. I am confident. Sato Kazuma patted his chest. With his high school luck, second only to Eris, the goddess of luck, he was sure to win big at the casino. Don't worry, I'll help you too, Zun Zun smiled confidently. His own luck wasn't as incredible as Sato Kazuma's, but with the extra benefit of the crown's power, he was practically invincible. Okay, then, let's go right away. Just a moment. Sato Kazuma grabbed Aqua, who was about to run to the casino, and said to everyone, Zun Zun and I are the only ones going to the casino this time, so we need to raise money. The support funds haven't been allocated yet, so we'll have to rely on them. In other words, pay up. Clumsily, Megumin and Yunyun took out some coins, each worth 100 Eris. Honestly, that wasn't even enough to cover the return trip, if they didn't have teleportation magic. Hey, you two, listen, I just cast explosion on the farm, and you asked for this much money? Isn't it excessive? You're the one being unreasonable. Megumin must have been tempted by Farfetched's high experience and went there to cast explosion again. After getting caught, she was forced to pay compensation. Yunyun was clearly implicated. Not only that, but she probably paid most of the compensation. There's still this much? Darkness took out a small bag. While it didn't look like much, it was mixed with a pile of 10,000 Eris coins. A rough calculation would suggest at least 200,000 Eris. This guy brought a lot of money. As for the last person. Hey, Aqua, what's wrong, Mr. Kazuma, you should have quite a bit of money. After all, you trade the bounties Alice kills daily, so you should have plenty left over. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The idiot goddess, being questioned, kept staring at her. It was evident that she didn't have any money to spare, because... How strange, really strange. 7 days straight and not a single day's profit. That's not a casino. I'm not going to admit that I'm in a casino that doesn't make money, it's just your bad luck. Zun Zun rolled his eyes in annoyance. It wasn't that Aqua hadn't thought about making money at the casino, but this guy always lost money there, so he subconsciously ignored her. Then what's left? That's it. Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma also took out their own money, 50,000 Eris and 100,000 Eris. Zun Zun, I can't help it. I brewed a bunch of skill point potions for Megumin, and my savings and everything went toward redeeming Darkness. I'll be angry if you ask for more, I'm sorry. Sato Kazuma then remembered that Vanair had swindled them out of 2 billion Eris, and that Zun Zun had made a bunch of skill point potions to defeat Wabak. Total 400,000 Eris, that was the total amount the team had paid so far. If it were split between Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma, it would be 200,000 Eris each. It's no problem, Zun Zun patted his chest and exclaimed, I always say this, Chen Daozi was able to earn 37 million with 200,000. Zun Zun can earn 50 million with 200,000 no problem. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Sato Kazuma didn't know who Chen Daozi was, but... Yes, he said with a confident smile. This little money is enough. Isn't it enough to keep winning? Kazuma's right. Only winning is all that matters. Aqua, shut up. Why? This person with such bad luck had no right to speak. Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma exchanged a glance, both suddenly possessed by the desire to win. Kazuma, Zun Zun, let's see who wins more. X2, with their fighting spirit ignited, the two left the inn together. Megumin and Yunyun followed Zun Zun, while Darkness and Aqua followed Sato Kazuma. The team split into two groups and headed to the largest casino in Elrod Royal City. It's so huge, Yunyun was stunned as she took in the immense casino, which looked like a castle. No, it should be called a gambling city. Considering the entire kingdom was built around a casino, its size made sense. In addition to its size, they chose this place because it was owned by the Elrod royal family, and they wouldn't refuse to pay out if they lost 200,000 Eris. Wasn't much? At least compared to the elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies in the casino, it was a pittance. Megumin seemed genuinely interested in everything, so Zun Zun casually handed her some chips and let her play. Yunyun simply wanted to follow him. They arrived at the roulette table. With a dozen chips, they weren't even qualified to play. But after Zun Zun threw all his chips on the table 8 times in a row, nearly drowning them with his stack, he settled into a relaxed posture. The dealer in front of them kept wiping his sweaty forehead with a wet handkerchief. "You're sweating like crazy, bro. 8 consecutive games of stud, definitely exceptional luck." Normally, the dealer would have the advantage, but Zun Zun seemed to have foreseen the future, winning a large amount of chips without a second thought. Yunyun didn't understand, but she keenly noticed the dealer's trembling body and the large amount of chips being dealt, and she knew Zun Zun had won big. A happy smile spread across her face. And she wasn't the only one. Ha ha ha. Win again. Mr. Zun Zun is really amazing, and he has incredible luck. Thanks to Mr. Zun Zun, I was able to turn things around. I'll thank you later. Yes, we really do thank you. The casino customers were divided into 2 groups, one around Zun Zun's roulette wheel, and the other around Sato Kazuma's. Without counting them, the 2 groups were roughly equal. Add to that the occasional shouts of triumph and cheers from Sato Kazuma from the side, and it was clear that they were also doing a brisk business. Alright, Mr. Dealer, let's begin the next round. Yes. By the time Zun Zun was about to make his 9th all-in, the dealer's hands were shaking as if he had Parkinson's. But under immense pressure from the other guests, with red-rimmed eyes and constant prodding, he opened the betting again. Win again. Mr. Zun Zun is amazing, it's happened so many times, and he wins again. The chips doubled again. I'm fed up. Zun Zun's sudden words brought a smile to the dealer's face, who was on the verge of tears. He expected Zun Zun to say that he didn't want to play anymore. However, winning like this is too slow. I remember if you match the number as well as the color, you can get a higher multiplier. The others looked at Zun Zun enviously, chips in hand, eager to try, waiting for Zun Zun to place all the chips in front of him so they could share the spoils. Just then, Aqua came running over, crying. Zun Zun, what's wrong with you, Kazuma? The stupid goddess was still sobbing, mumbling about what had just happened. Like Zun Zun, Sato Kazuma felt that this way of making money was too slow, so he tried betting on numbers. Aqua, hoping to cash in, did the same, but... Did I lose everything? Yes, What the hell? Although she knew the stupid goddess's luck was ridiculously low, she didn't expect it to be this bad. Even Sato Kazuma's winning streak had been cut short. It was strange that she wasn't furious. Then, Zun Zun, please let me win some money, Aqua pleaded. Zun Zun, after a moment of thought, smiled at Aqua. When the stupid goddess smiled back, she suddenly cried out, security. Where's the security? Why? Aqua was quickly ejected from the casino. The disruption to Sato Kazuma's fortune didn't really affect him. Unlike Sun, who always went all in, he chose to bet a portion at a time, thus retaining the bulk of his chips. Sun, however, fearing that Aqua's bad luck might still persist, was much more cautious and, as expected, lost his next few bets. Most people would win, and then lose it all. But Sun cheated. Timing it, with the help of the crown, he bet everything several times over, bringing his chips up to 50 million Eris. By the evening, when Sun finally left the table, the dealer's slackness was evident. He seemed to have lost his energy, aged, and fainted. The dealer at the other table was similarly affected. Sun and Sato Kazuma exchanged a glance. 50 million Eris 1, x2. The two were surprisingly evenly matched. If Aqua hadn't interrupted, Sun would have won hands down. Of course, if Aqua hadn't interrupted Sato Kazuma's game from the start, the outcome would have been much more uncertain. Just as they were both lamenting that no one had won, Zun Zun, look, little Megumin was dragging a large bag and walking towards them with difficulty. The bag was full of clinking chips. Chapter 429 Bell's X unique abilities passed down from generation to generation. Megumin, what the hell did you do? Seeing the pile of chips she was dragging along, Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma were stunned. Although they were all of the lowest denomination, the accumulated amount was quite large. They wondered how she had gotten it. I actually played on the machine over there. I only put in one chip, and for some reason, a pile came out. So I'm great, right? That's right, that machine is 3 symbols pay, and you play for small change. This is a machine set up by the casino for rich people to pass the time. You don't need to master any rules or skills, a little luck will land you a lucrative prize. Still, Megumin's luck shouldn't be underestimated. When Megumin dragged the bag of money over to Zun Zun, he smiled triumphantly at Sato Kazuma. I win this time, damn it. Unlike Megumin and Yunyun, the helpful wives, Aqua and Darkness were pains. The difference was too great. But for today, they decided to call it a day and head back 50 million, no, 100 million heirs might have hurt the casino, but it wouldn't close, especially since it was run by the royal family. So Zun Zun and the others decided to cut costs with a blunt knife. After a month, they would finally scrape together enough money for support. The group returned to the hotel, their fortunes overflowing. Aqua insisted that the conceited Sato Kazuma give them some spending money. Darkness thought the lottery was absurd and a disaster. Megumin convinced Yunyun to stay with her tomorrow. Zun Zun headed to Alice's room. He knocked softly on the door. Who is it? It's me, Zun Zun, come in. After a brief silence, he was allowed to enter. He opened the door and saw Alice sitting on the bed, her clothes a little disheveled, but her complexion pale. The soft light of the sunset shadowed her, like a helpless child. That's right. Although Alice was royalty, kind, considerate, and sensible, she was only 12 years old. Arriving alone in a neighboring country, exhausting every possible resource but failing to secure the funds, and even without having participated in this trip, must have been a severe blow. He sat down beside her and handed her a card. Here, what's this, part of the support funds, huh? Under Alice's puzzled gaze, Zun Zun recounted the day's events, including the plan he and Sato Kazuma had devised. Wow, that's impressive. The girl looked at Zun Zun with respect, similar to that of Prince Levi, and a hint of secret satisfaction. Then, Alice, don't be depressed. Leave the money to us, but, she pursed her lips, very depressed. I couldn't do anything. It's too embarrassing, Alice, I couldn't do anything during the negotiations. I left everything to my brother and me. My request for additional help was rejected, and I even locked myself in my room, devastated. I clearly didn't do anything. It's okay. She gently hugged the self-blaming girl, stroking her long, soft golden hair with her hand, reassuring her with a gentle voice. Alice, you've tried hard and done well. It's just that the other party is being unreasonable. Besides, when you're in a pinch, you need to rely on your trusted companions. I'm your firm support, yes. The girl's comforted brows relaxed, and her usual smile returned. As the princess of a militant clan, Alice's martial prowess was up to par, no, more than enough. But her social skills and cunning clearly fell short. But they could make up for those shortcomings. Speaking of which, what will Alice do if she doesn't come up with the money? Then, we'll have to use the Belzerg's secret weapon, passed down through generations. What is it? Attack the royal castle, demonstrate strength, help eliminate evil, and reap the reward, as expected of a militant man. But no matter, if that happened, Zun Zun would truly sympathize with the prince. When Alice recovered from her loss, she apologized to everyone, apologizing for their loss and thanking them for raising funds in this way. After everyone assured Alice that she didn't need to apologize, they began to discuss their next fundraising plan. Every day after that, Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma would raise a ruckus in the casino. They never played games where cheating was allowed, they simply competed with luck. At Megumin's instigation, Alice also tried the pocket money machine and unexpectedly won almost as much as Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma. She had forgotten. The princess's luck was incredible. They had initially planned to cut the meat with a dull knife, but they were no match for the three big winners. Finally, sir. Please have mercy. If he keeps gambling, the man who resembled the manager rushed over, pale. He had been watching Zun Zun and the others for days, and today, as if he had finally run out of patience, he tried to convince them to stop. However, Zun Zun calmly took out Darkness's necklace and waved it in front of him, causing the manager's head to sway from side to side. Do you know what this is? It's the crest of the Dustiness family, a noble family from a neighboring nation. Realizing what it was, the manager's face paled even further. Meanwhile, Sato Kazuma's arrogant voice echoed from the other side. He even threw the emblem necklace Claire had given him, causing the other pale man to nod. Zun Zun grabbed the necklace and punched him in the face, sending him stumbling back in surprise. That's right. I come from a great noble family from a neighboring country. You should understand what this means, right? If you ban me from playing any further, it's sure to become a diplomatic issue. If the royal family blames me, ugh, the manager gritted his teeth for a moment, then glared at Zun Zun angrily and turned away. The same thing happened on the other side. But then, hey, idiot. Open your eyes. This is the first princess of the neighboring country, Her Highness Alice. How dare you come here to ruin the fun? I'll flatten this place with explosive magic. Now get out of here, do you hear me? Ah, yes. I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you. I'm so sorry. Wait a minute, this machine has run out of chips. You need to refill it, exactly. Exactly, well, it seems they're having a great time there too. In short, today was another good day, that night. Mr. Kazuma, I think you look especially handsome today. I've actually been meaning to tell you for a long time, whatever you say, I won't give you any money. And starting tomorrow, you can't be near me. I didn't even beat Alice today. Sato Kazuma was incredibly lucky, but Aqua was even luckier. If it weren't for that idiot goddess constantly interfering, they might have won even more money. But it's almost done. What, thieves? Oh, you have them. They're here, Alice looked at Zun Zun respectfully. No, there's nothing to respect about them. It's more like normality. They say the casino isn't afraid of winning, it's afraid of not coming, but there's a limit. With people like Zun Zun coming here daily to win, even a royal family would find it difficult to manage. Hey, would you do us the honor of joining us? You even know the lines, because it's typical movie dialogue. Alice had never seen a movie or a TV series, so she was surprised that Zun Zun could say the first few words they spoke. But to Sato Kazuma, it was commonplace. It was more like they were small-time thugs. So the casino hires them. No. We're bandits who heard you made a fortune and came here. Just leave the money, or you'll be in real trouble. Don't worry, we won't kill you. Alice's admiration only grew. After all, he hadn't skipped a single line from the beginning until now. This isn't what I intended to do. Zun Zun covered his forehead and sighed. Why are you spouting such trifles? Because it's standard practice. Sato Kazuma took out a binding skill cable and said to Darkness and the others, alright, guys, let's catch these guys and interrogate them with that magic artifact that makes a metallic sound when they lie. Huh? If the royal family or the casino is behind these guys, we can unmask them and raise a ruckus, then confiscate the support funds. Huh? And hearing Sato Kazuma say this, the masked men subconsciously stepped back. They hadn't expected to be stared at. The masked men gradually retreated, whispering to each other. Hey, this isn't looking good. Looks like we've fallen right into their trap. That's right. Those guys are from the Crimson Demon clan, right? And there are two blue-eyed blondes, which means they're nobles. You know, many nobles are powerful. Damn, I've hid a wall. Although they were talking to themselves, in Zun Zun's opinion, they were only trying to put on a charming disguise, and at the same time, they seemed to want to escape. Sato Kazuma suddenly pounced. These guys are a treasure, don't let them get away. There's no need to show mercy. If anything goes wrong, we can use Aqua's resurrection magic. Run, this guy is too dangerous, he wants to kill us, he really wants to kill us, don't let them catch you, run, wait for me, don't leave me. Perhaps they really did hire them. The masked men fled in an instant. Kazuma, no matter what, using resurrection magic is too much. That's right, it's inhumane. Faced with everyone's condemnation, it's not like that, I was just scaring them, it's true. How could I have the nerve to kill them? Believe me, I'm serious. Zun Zun, isn't this the idea you proposed? No, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. After being abandoned by Zun Zun, the helpless Sato Kazuma could only explain himself in despair. Chapter 430. It is you who comes with bad intentions. After that, they arrived at the casino punctually every day, winning from morning to night. The manager's face paled at the sight. At first, he probably didn't believe Zun Zun and the others could achieve such a lucrative profit for so many days in a row, so he stared at them from a distance whenever they appeared. But over time, he realized that the three of them were making off with increasingly larger sums of money. Perhaps realizing it wasn't a joke, he finally couldn't sit still and rushed over to us. Sir, I'm sorry, but you're too good. If you keep coming, our establishment will go bankrupt. We'd like to offer you some money as compensation, but please be kind. I refuse. Zun Zun refused without a second thought, causing the manager's face to twitch. He spread his hands and said, this is a casino run by the royal family. How could it possibly go bankrupt? Even a small loss wouldn't be a big deal, right? Or do you think I'm easy to bully and are purposely trying to make things difficult for me? Watch out, I'm going to explode." As he spoke, his eyes glowed red. Red eyes, black hair. This is a very distinctive characteristic of the Crimson Demons, and the manager, seeing him like this, felt weak in the knees and completely refused to speak. Sato Kazuma and Alice felt the same. A few days passed later. The gambling money soared, eventually reaching a point where they felt they could earn additional funds. "Hey, sir, the thing is, I'm planning on closing the casino for a while starting tomorrow. So, since you're a regular customer, I wanted to let you know." To dissuade them, the manager attempted to issue a closure notice. Zun Zun nodded. "Ah, I see. Then we'll wait here." "Well, that might take a long time, don't worry. Until we reach our profit goal, be it days, months, or even years, I can wait here for you to open the shop. But if we close for too long, will the kingdom's income be affected? I can even wait years." The manager suddenly broke into a smile that almost resembled tears. Then, he suddenly pounced, hugged Zun Zun's thighs, and exclaimed, "Sir, please. Please have mercy on me and stop playing around. I get scolded by the higher-ups daily. Please forgive me, I won't. If you have any complaints, you can go complain to the prince and the prime minister." "Why are you coming to me?" Zun Zun offered a suggestion. As if he had found a lifeline, the manager left in a hurry. The next day, they were summoned. An envoy from the royal city was waiting for them outside the inn. Seeing Zun Zun and the others, he walked over. "Your presence is malicious. It's you who's here, huh? What's wrong?" "Nothing. Your complaints are just as timely." Zun Zun gave a thumbs up to Sato Kazuma, who was beside him. Then, they followed the envoy into the royal city and were immediately led to the audience chamber. "Please return soon," said the prince, bowing his head. He looked much more haggard after not seeing him for a few days. He must be distressed by the royal casino's recent losses. Zun Zun looked at Sato Kazuma and said immediately, Hey, we're just here to have fun. You consider yourself a casino giant, yet you're so eager to get rid of the customers after they've made a killing. Can't you afford to gamble? Wait, if you take more money, I'm not kidding. It will be considered additional aid from our country," said the prince, agitated. He had said the same thing before. Sato Kazuma retorted. "We're just having fun at your casino. What's the problem?" He was implying that he would stop as soon as he received the full amount. In reality, it was also a method. Like some corrupt officials, they indulged in extravagant pleasures, pretending not to accept bribes while secretly making off with large sums. Even if investigated, they could easily claim that the money had been won at their casinos and that we hadn't been bribed. It was a cunning way to save the country. However, Prince Levi still wouldn't budge. "I'm sorry, but our country has its own difficulties." "Excuse me, what are those difficulties? Is there anything you can't tell us no matter what?" Alice asked. Prince Levi looked confused, not knowing what to say, and then he said guiltily, "No, this matter is really, our country is trading with the Demon King's army." However, after the Prime Minister suddenly made a grand revelation, he looked at them indifferently. Everyone present seemed to be aware of the matter, and no one flinched. Prince Levi, panicking, first looked at Zun Zun and then tried to stop the Prime Minister from speaking, but the Prime Minister just waved his hand indifferently. "Our country is negotiating peace with the Demon King's army. If the Demon King defeats your kingdom, we will not attack it. In return, our country agrees to stop supporting Belzec, which is currently at war with the Demon King." Hearing his calm words, Darkness gritted her teeth and growled, "Bastard, did you really believe the Demon King's promise? As a human, don't you find it shameful?" "Not at all." Despite Darkness's furious questioning, the Prime Minister remained calm, probably already imagining this situation. "The Demon King's army and your kingdom are currently in a stalemate, and it is unclear which side will win. Given the situation, given that the Demon King has declared that he will not attack our neutral nation, as the ruler of the kingdom, we cannot ignore such a proposal." In short, he played it safe. Even Sato Kazuma looked vaguely convinced. Just as Tsutomu was about to speak, Darkness spoke up first. She shouted, "You've heard the Demon King's slander. Listen carefully. The so-called Demon King will capture any woman he sees, even a child, to satisfy his own desires. He is an unforgivable being. He kidnaps princesses, abducts knights, and abuses them with all his evil power. That's the Demon King. No, don't say such disrespectful things." the Prime Minister retorted angrily, but regained his composure at the bewildered gazes of the others. Ahem, excuse me, he coughed lightly. In fact, I was responsible for negotiating this peace agreement. After the negotiations, I consider His Majesty the Demon King to be very kind and a trustworthy demon. The Prime Minister launched into a rant against the Demon King. Although he tried to remain calm, his expression was very similar to that of Alice and Prince Levi, who held Zun Zun in high regard and admiration, which confused the others even more. But listen, also, I've heard many rumors, such as that the Demon King is a lolicon, a pervert who enjoys special games and who loves boys. Where did these baseless rumors come from? The Prime Minister asked furiously. Aqua, for some reason, also seemed arrogant. It was the Axis cult who spread the rumor. I just had a random idea about what kind of person the Demon King was, and the children of the cult took it upon themselves to spread it far and wide. I say, there really is a big reason why the Demon King's army is attacking humans. It's you, right? Hearing that it was the work of the Axis cult, the Prime Minister squatted down with his head in his hands. Zun Zun, Megumin, and Yunyun were all impressed. That's right. The Demon King's army's attack on humans is the Axis cult's fault. And the Crimson Demons, they were the ones who blocked the Demon King's army from entering, preventing them from spreading cholera to the continent. But then, Elrod, by doing nothing, will be seen as an ally of humanity, Zun Zun said with some regret. Prince Levi stood up from the throne with a complicated expression. He stretched out his hand and stepped forward, gesturing as if her king was trying to stop him, wanting to say something. But Alice took the initiative to speak first. All right. Prince Levi, I already know the situation in your country. If you make that decision for the sake of survival, I have no objection. So rest assured, to prevent any changes in the relationship between both countries in the future, I will go back and explain the situation to my father. She was still timid and didn't dare to assert herself. The strong and gentle princess gave a shy smile so as not to hurt the other party. The Belzeg royal family is very strong. Even without support, they won't lose to the Demon King's army. So, please don't be so gloomy, really, too cunning. Prince Levi slowly lowered his hand. Just when no one knew what he wanted to do, he suddenly smiled as if mocking himself. Everyone seems to call me a foolish prince, apparently because I don't care about politics and just gamble and have fun all day long. But, well, then I'll make another bet, one more bet. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. This time it's about whether I can judge people. Prince Levi looked at Zun Zun with a burning gaze and said, come to think of it, I've never made a bet with Zun Zun, have I? You want to make a bet with me? What's the bet? On whether you can defeat the Demon King, Zun Zun. Prince Levi took out a coin and showed it to everyone, then held it in his hand and hid his hands behind his back. Then, he held out his clenched fists. Guess which side the coin is on, it has to be said. Prince Levi was quite cunning. He didn't explicitly say that he would send aid to the Belzerg kingdom. Instead, he gave the money to a single person, Zun Zun, in the name of a sponsorship. Some might wonder, if it's just a personal donation, why would there be such a large sum? The casino giants will tell you that money can do whatever you want. Of course. That's if you guess right. Zun Zun looked at Prince Levi's expectant gaze and said confidently, where is the coin? Of course it can. Chapter 431, Scoring Twice, Darkness Strikes Again at Night. The result of the coin toss was evident. The Prime Minister fell to his knees, seemingly devastated, unable to believe such a thing had happened. Meanwhile, Prince Levi and his vassals seemed quite pleased with the outcome. Incidentally, all of their vassals were close friends of Zun Zun's parents, the same ones with whom they had initially maintained such an intense relationship. They felt that, once again, they were receiving a favor from his parents. Furthermore, Prince Levi was not completely incompetent. Despite a life of leisure and pleasure, he had made an important decision that pleased them. Perhaps no one would ever call him a foolish prince again. While Zun Zun might have relied on outside forces and betrayed his integrity to receive the aid, he was now, without a doubt, a man with wealth comparable to that of an entire nation. He truly was. Prince Levi's aid represented more than double the kingdom's defense budget. In other words, Zun Zun was now richer than the kingdom itself. Wow, how impressive! He's become so rich. Megumin and Yunyun were speechless with astonishment. Aqua leaned forward in a fawning voice, Zun Zun, I've long thought you were handsome. Why are you so handsome? Just to be clear, I won't be giving you spending money. Why? The idiot goddess pouted, dissatisfied with his slight. Stingy, Zun Zun. This isn't about being stingy, Aqua, Darkness consoled with a helpless smile. This concerns the kingdom's support and is crucial to our counterattack against the Demon King's army. We can't use it lightly, I know, but it's okay to use a little, isn't it? Besides, isn't this money nominally Zun Zun's, not the kingdom's? Well, she was speechless. Although Zun Zun had received the money, he was using it as personal aid. In other words, even if Zun Zun didn't hand it over, the kingdom wouldn't have a problem. Even the Elrod kingdom would back him up. Darkness, what are you worrying about, you idiot? Nice, stupid, I'll give the money to Alice and let her decide. Hearing Darkness's words, Darkness finally felt relieved. Alice nodded seriously and muttered something in a low voice. Due to the noise in the room, only the faint murmur of gift could be heard. With such a large fortune, she expected Alice to refuse, but she gladly accepted it. I understand. I'll speak to Father when I return, and I'll definitely reward you accordingly, no matter. I'm an adventurer, a crimson demon, at most, not a Belzerg. Do you understand me, Alice? Really? In that case, I'll have to bet my life as well. Yes, that's, what does this have to do with betting my life? Alice fell deep in thought, as if hesitant about what to do. After all, such a vast fortune, the fruit of the efforts of Zun Zun and the others, had to be rewarded accordingly. Aqua clamored for pocket money, irritating Zun Zun until he agreed to give her some after the party, and she finally calmed down. Zun Zun, no way, Megumin and Yunyun stared at him in astonishment. Darkness even blurted out, you're just going to give it to me, Zun Zun? Are you interested in Aqua? Just so I know, even if I were jealous of Darkness, I wouldn't have feelings for her. Zun Zun rolled his eyes, causing Darkness to blush. But then she realized she was being humiliated and angrily punched him in the back. Besides, it was probably just wishful thinking. The Prime Minister, standing in the distance, heard Zun Zun expressing his interest in Darkness. His eyes sparkled, but when he looked away, he was chatting and laughing with the other nobles, not getting angry. Zun Zun. Hey, Zun Zun. Are you listening to me? What's wrong? Are you really going to give Aqua money? Otherwise, she'll keep bothering me. Indeed, they knew perfectly well how persistent the Axis cult could be. Plus Aqua was the goddess they worshipped, so Zun Zun used money to ward off evil. Don't worry, we win a lot of money at the casino, right? Giving her a little won't hurt her. That puts my mind at ease. Darkness must have forgotten about his casino winnings. Wait, is this guy trying to get him to give Alice his casino winnings too? What a jerk. Zun Zun was being treated to attentions at the banquet, apparently all related to his irresponsible parents. Some even wanted him to help with fortune-telling or something. But his sister had exhausted his talent for divination, leaving him with no chance. He could only excuse himself by saying that fortune-tellers made mistakes when drunk, much to his chagrin. After the banquet, the Prime Minister suggested they spend the night at the castle, amending his decision of not offering to stay. Zun Zun didn't want to stay, but reluctantly agreed after Prince Levi's constant prodding. He then told adventure stories for quite a while, reluctantly returning home only when the maid came to visit him late at night. Luckily, it was his last day. Prince Levi only liked stories about slaying dragons, but Zun Zun had only slain a few dragons in his entire life, so any other stories would be fabrication. Just as Zun Zun was about to retire to bed, there was a soft knock on the door. Zun Zun, are you there? I have something to tell you. Is it convenient? Just a moment. The door opened, revealing Darkness. She was wearing a thin nightgown, her voluptuous figure, half exposed, quite eye-catching. It had to be said that this perverted knight's sexuality wasn't very good, but she was also quite capable. It could only be said, whoever understands, will understand. Zun Zun looked at her, speechless. What's wrong? Darkness gently caressed her chest. It wasn't clear whether he was trying to hide it or deliberately trying to seduce her, but he was enormous. Zun Zun had been trying hard to mature lately, but his height hadn't changed much. Compared to the tall Darkness, she was almost a head shorter. Although not to the point where she could be run over by a child, the contrast was still quite noticeable. She couldn't help but chuckle. No, I'm just curious, Darkness. Why are you coming so late? Could you let me in, please? Sorry, I'm a bit shy. Then don't dress so scantily. Despite saying so, he made room for Darkness to enter. Upon entering, he deliberately looked around for passers-by, looking like a guilty thief. After closing the door, darkness arrived and sat down on the bed. She posed naturally, looking incredibly attractive. Zun Zun dared say that if it were Sato Kazuma, Zio Chunin would have been completely overwhelmed. Actually, Zun Zun was a little too. What are you doing? Nothing, I just wanted to chat with you. If you're worried about me spending money uncontrollably, don't worry. I promise I'd give it to Alice and she'd make the final decision. That's what I was going to say, but Alice, right? I see. Darkness nodded thoughtfully. Then, before Zun Zun could react, she suddenly leaned forward, her beautiful face meeting his gaze. Her eyes were burning, her cheeks slightly flushed. Actually, I'd like you to sleep with me tonight. Will you, please? She whispered, shyly looking away, but still holding Zun Zun's hand tightly. Yes, I see. Zun Zun pulled his hand away with slight effort. Darkness seemed not to have expected this. She lowered her head in disappointment and said, so it's Princess Alice you really like, and why can't I be different? Please choose me. Well, then Darkness will, After all, you're so provocative, always wearing skimpy clothes on purpose and wandering around in front of me. I've been wanting to push you over for a long time. Come on, take off your clothes, okay. Perhaps she was surprised by what Zun Zun said, and was a little stunned, but she nodded quickly. But she spoke again. Could you close your eyes first? I'm a little shy, I refuse. Why should I close my eyes? Besides, Darkness, don't you just love being looked at? Come on, expose your disgusting body quickly. Then let me put a collar on you and take you for a walk around the castle. Those maids will surely be speechless, but with your perverted nature, you're sure to say, sorry, it's just my nature, forgive me. Hey, Darkness's mind froze completely. She stared at Zun Zun with her mouth slightly open in disbelief. She didn't know if she didn't think Zun Zun, who is under the scrutiny of the Demon King's army, was so perverted, or if Darkness, the daughter of a noble from a neighboring country, was so extravagant in private. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Never mind, let's just leave it at that. Too lazy to play with a person in front of him, Zun Zun waved his hand indifferently and said, you're not Darkness. Who are you? Reveal your true self. I see. I've been discovered, the fake Darkness said, surprised at first, then relieved. I don't know where you ratted me out, but you've managed to expose me like this. You're worthy of Zun Zun, someone even the Demon King is wary of. You misunderstood. You were merely hesitating because of my suggestion. What, if it were the real Darkness? She'd be incredibly excited, blushing and shouting gladly, and quickly taking off her clothes. You're joking. No, it's true. In fact, who would have imagined that Darkness, seemingly a beautiful woman, was actually a complete pervert? Now that I've been discovered, I can't do anything. Darkness's figure distorted, leaving only a completely black figure, a flat, black face with no eyes, mouth, or nose, as she introduced herself. My name is Radcliffe, captain of the Demon King's intelligence unit, the changeling Radcliffe. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, Prime Minister, I'm here for breakfast. Chapter 432, The Ox-Horse Prime Minister, I'm on my way to work. It happened over 30 years ago. Back when this kingdom was recruiting internal affairs officers, I submitted several applications and was eventually hired. Every day, I was a slave to my work. My colleagues were addicted to the casinos, completely neglecting their jobs. The royal family gambled there unchecked, and the nobles loved it. Do you know how much these fellows squandered their money daily, and how hard it was for me? Perhaps simply letting go of this kingdom would be better for the Demon King's army? I've thought about it many times. I say, do you understand my hardships and helplessness? I understand. Zun Zun tried to comfort the wailing shapeshifter. As for why he could say that calmly, it was because the shapeshifter was no match for Zun Zun, that was all. Furthermore, he seemed to harbor a long-standing grudge, and he couldn't help but vent it, recounting the hardships he had endured. The shapeshifter, who worked diligently and never played games, immediately gained the royal family's trust and easily became a reliable and capable minister. So far, so good. However, after rising to high office and taking charge of internal affairs, he discovered the kingdom's true situation. A crippling fiscal deficit and mounting debt plagued the nobility and royal family, who refused to face reality. Instead, they indulged in extravagant pleasures, reveled in a false sense of prosperity, and achieved nothing. So, this man dedicated himself to this task. Initially, his goal was espionage, but his innate diligence and talent led him to forget his role as a spy and work diligently for the kingdom, reversing its losses. Only after becoming chancellor did he suddenly realize that such a commitment was not necessary. You are a formidable internal affairs officer, thank you for the compliment. No, it's not that. Anyway, having risen to this position, I finally acted. The time has come to work for the Demon King. You seem to be working tirelessly to spread rumors about him, but he is a wise ruler and worthy of serving. I disagree. What? The changeling interrupted, looked at him in confusion. Zun Zun sneered and said, you said the Demon King is a wise ruler and worthy of serving. Then, may I ask? In all the years you've been working diligently in Radcliffe, has the Demon King ever contacted you? No, the changeling shook his head, but then defended himself. That doesn't matter. As a spy, I can't casually contact the Demon King's army, but you said the kingdom was steeped in luxury back then, so who cared about such things? He seemed speechless. You seem unconvinced and think it's unnecessary. But if the Demon King contacted you at that time, secretly funded you, and helped you eliminate your political enemies, why did it take you so long to become prime minister? The changeling seemed to finally understand. Although the Demon King's army couldn't defeat them, they could, like him, infiltrate spies or aides at any time. With internal and external coordination, they would undoubtedly quickly take control of the kingdom. And with things as they are now, one can only say, it's true, the Demon King doesn't care about you at all, or he's forgotten you. Impossible. The Demon King is a wise ruler. You have to admire his loyalty. Or should it be said that the Demon King truly possesses charisma? Let's say the Demon King didn't contact you so as not to alert the enemy, but in my opinion, he's not exactly a wise ruler. The reason is that you, Radcliffe, are an excellent internal affairs officer, and he's completely ignorant of it. Well, to transform an unstable casino kingdom, like a tower in the sky, into the powerful nation it is now, requiring his support to resist the Demon King's army, one must admire Radcliffe's immense abilities. And he was indeed feeling complacent, otherwise he wouldn't have been so enraged when Zun Zun and the others ruined his plans. No, it's not like that. The Demon King is very busy, and he must be dealing with a lot of official matters every day to deal with you. It's understandable that he forgot about me, so, ha. Zun Zun laughed loudly. The shapeshifter subconsciously took a step back and asked, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Nothing, I just think your filter is too strong. Zun Zun waved his hand indifferently, saying, the Demon King you mentioned, who handles official matters every day, often sneaks out to have fun. In fact, I've run into him twice. Hey, don't talk nonsense, once at the succubus shop, and the other time at the hot springs in Watertown. Oh, he seemed to enjoy it very much and even told me about his feelings. What? The shapeshifter opened his mouth wide, his mouth the only facial feature that stood out. Zun Zun laughed to himself. It seemed he had been tricked. He had never seen the Demon King's face, so how could he have seen him twice, at the succubus shop and at the hot springs in Watertown? That's pure fabrication, just like the cult of accuses. There's no way to verify it, so why spread rumors? He couldn't help but smile confidently. However, the shapeshifter stared at him and pulled out from the shadows a magical item shaped like black and white wings and a bell. Although expressionless, his face showed obvious confusion. What? Seeing this magical item, Zun Zun panicked. Isn't this a lie detector magical item, a magical item that jingles when you lie? Why would a changeling have something like that? Perhaps sensing Zun Zun's confusion, the changeling explained, I prepared this to check where you keep your money. I didn't expect it to be found out. It seems you didn't lie to me, huh? Zun Zun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how he had evaded the lie detector, but the only possibility was his divine body. Aqua could evade it because her inherent divinity could nullify the slightest hint of evil that lies bring, so one small lie wouldn't matter. Not a second-hand story. Volume 10, Chapter 5. It seems I've tapped into the power of my divine body as well. How lucky. While Zun Zun secretly rejoiced, the changeling remained silent. With his mouth closed, it was completely dark, his face devoid of any facial features, making it impossible to discern his mood. But he was definitely depressed or lost. After all, having lost his filter so abruptly, losing his former faith and support, it was understandable that he would act this way. So, in this situation, kill me, what, kill me, the changeling said calmly. Although he could do nothing to Zun Zun, and his hopes of escape were slim, he still had to try. But now, he didn't even want to try. He had lost all hope of living and was prepared to die. In response to the changeling's request, Zun Zun replied naturally, I refuse. I don't intend to kill you, Raglev. Rather, I would like to recruit you. In fact, this was the reason why Zun Zun didn't reveal the changeling's true identity from the start, to recruit this incredibly powerful internal affairs official. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill such a talented individual so lightly? For his own sake, Zun Zun wanted to recruit him. But the changeling had no such intentions. He shook his head and said, No, I only serve His Majesty the Demon King. You say so too. That statement reminded him of a certain Delahan. Alright, please introduce yourself again. I am Zun Zun, one of the greatest Grand Magisters of the Crimson Demons, the strongest Crimson Demon, destined to become the most benevolent, virtuous, supreme, and powerful Demon King. Impossible. There is only one Demon King. As if unable to accept such a statement, the changeling retorted ferociously. Who says there is only one Demon King? Zun Zun said indifferently, spreading his hands. Just like the Belzig Kingdom and the Elrod Kingdom, just like the Demon King's army has 8 officers, just like there are multitudes of heroes, who says there can only be one Demon King? What? The changeling looked surprised by Zun Zun's twisted theory. But that's the truth. Who says there can only be one Demon King? Simply put, the current Demon King doesn't allow the existence of other Demon Kings, so he either subjugates or eliminates them. Just like human kingdoms, if they have the ability to annex another kingdom, they won't hesitate. I want to be the new Demon King. If the current Demon King sees me as a threat, he'll definitely attack me. Zun Zun looked back at the changeling. Raglev, don't you think this is an opportunity? Opportunity? What opportunity? A chance to prove yourself. To have that Demon King who ignored you, who didn't acknowledge your talents, realize how powerful you are. Then, to see him beat his chest in regret, isn't that the ultimate reward? Hey. Perhaps Zun Zun's persuasion had been successful. The changeling let out an inexplicable laugh, though he still put up some resistance. But a human becoming a Demon King? Wait, technically I'm not human. I'm a Crimson Demon. Crimson Demons are cyborgs, and if you were to be too picky, they're not really human. Well, I agree. Zun Zun took the changeling's hesitant hand and pulled him towards him with some force. Seeing this, the changeling seemed to finally let go of a heavy burden and became his subordinate. But I still have to let you go from here. I mean, do you have the ability to clone yourself? When Zun Zun asked, the changeling split in two. Then the door opened. Zun Zun walked out, and a moment later, another Zun Zun walked out. I thought the changeling would go straight to Alice's room, but unexpectedly. What? Zun Zun, what did you say? You want me to take off my clothes and crawl around the castle with a collar on? I didn't expect you to be such a bastard. I really misjudged you, That. No, I'd love to. Huh? I said I'd love to. Come on, let's get started. Preferably with a more humiliating binding method. A loud noise came from Darkness's room. After a while, the changeling came out, somewhat distraught. Through the closing door, he could vaguely see Darkness, tightly bound and blushing. He didn't expect this guy to come here to search for the truth. Chapter 433, Dragon Annihilation. Fans contribute. Last night, the entire royal city was in an uproar. To ensure the changeling's smooth departure without arousing suspicion from the Demon King's army, and to strengthen ties between the Elrod Kingdom and the Belzig Kingdom, they had to make every preparation possible. Even with Zun Zun's permission, he felt a little conflicted about doing things with his own face. But there was no other way. Zun Zun's face was the only one he could use on the team. Even if something went wrong, it could be resolved quickly, so there was no need to worry, right? Darkness won't allow you to look at her necklace with a confused expression. Aqua, don't you dare stick out your tongue like a puppy. Sato Kazuma, you're so shy. Why are Megumin and Yunyun looking at me angrily? And why can't Alice look at me? As you can see, every member of the team experienced varying degrees of harassment. If they had known, They simply wouldn't have let the changeling take advantage of the Demon King's army's characteristics and instead pretended to cause trouble in his true form. After the commotion, Zun Zun and the others returned to the hotel they had booked. After spending the night, they returned to the city as usual, where they ran into Prince Levi. How shameful! He suddenly knelt before his servants, leaving Alice bewildered. News that the Prime Minister was a changeling had spread throughout the capital, among the people. Thanks to the presence of the neighboring princess, the changeling's true form was revealed. Alice was frustrated at being unable to help, so Zun Zun orchestrated this drama for her. Although it was a farce, both the parties involved and the victims were delighted. I'm so sorry. I was so foolish. You can't blame me for calling you the foolish prince. If Princess Alice hadn't come to this kingdom, the center of the kingdom might have been occupied by the Demon King's minions. Prince Levi apologized profusely. Perhaps because the shapeshifter had already ventured so far into the kingdom, the shock of discovering that he was actually a spy for the Demon King was profound. Those who had previously considered Zun Zun and the other village bumpkins had completely changed their opinion of Alice. Now, they adored her to the point of being unable to distinguish who was truly the master of the kingdom. The second purpose of the performance was to make the people of the kingdom change or even overcome their contempt for Alice. Although Alice had never spoken about it, she couldn't hide her feelings of loss and grief, which was why Zun Zun acted so well. Alice looked at Zun Zun and, after nodding, smiled at the prince, who bowed and apologized. Prince, as a member of the royal family, you can't bend so easily, I understand. Hearing his words, Prince Levi immediately stood up and cleared his throat forcefully. However, for this incident, we owe you a great deal. I will never forget this favor from Belzerg. If you have any difficulties in the future or need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. He apologized politely. This wasn't good. He felt a little guilty. In fact, this way, the matter came to a successful conclusion. Not only were all problems resolved, but their friendship deepened, the best possible outcome. With the financial support of the casino giant, they could rest assured. But Zun Zun felt a little guilty about his scheming behavior. He was taking advantage of me, and yet he still had to thank me. After all, Prince Levi was his admirer. Even now, he looked at Zun Zun eagerly, wanting to ask him for another chance to gamble, but fearing his refusal, he hesitated, not knowing what to say. Forget it, treat it as a death sentence. Zun Zun suddenly stepped forward and said, Prince Levi, I remember that the Elrod kingdom has been ravaged by the Golden Dragon. Its prolonged occupation of the gold mines has caused unbearable suffering to the surrounding civilians. If you need anything, I'm willing to help subdue it. Huh? No. Well, Prince Levi was speechless in surprise. Sato Kazuma frowned in confusion and whispered, we already have the money, so why bother looking for trouble now? At this moment, Alice followed suit. Prince Levi, you're welcome. We, the Belzerg Kingdom, appreciate your kindness. We're not ones to take things for granted. Okay, let's go be dragon slayers. The guy changed his tune instantly. He really couldn't stand it. Although the darkness seemed to be intensifying and Megumin seemed eager to try out her explosive magic, to be honest, Zun Zun had no intention of bringing them along this time. After all, they could easily become a burden. But the risk is too great, and we don't need that gold mine, Prince Levi persuaded Zun Zun. For a kingdom that relied on casinos and trade for its profits, a gold mine occupied by a dragon might not be a resource worth risking. Otherwise, the changeling would have destroyed it long ago. Who do you think I am? Zun Zun raised his head proudly and shouted, I am Zun Zun, the Zun Zun of the Crimson Demon Clan, who has vanquished countless dragons. A mere golden dragon is no problem, as you wish. Seeing no way to convince Prince Levi, he had to agree. Then, Zun Zun grabbed him by the shoulders and said with a smile, let's go. Then the two of them disappeared. X and everyone present, whether it was Alice, Sato Kazuma, Darkness, or the servants, was stunned speechless when Zun Zun took Prince Levi away. Hey, where did you take Prince Levi? Did you do it on purpose? Actually, you're conspiring with the Demon King's army and plotting. No, Sato Kazuma shouted, anxiety burning like an ant on a hot frying pan. He never imagined that, when the situation seemed so promising, Zun Zun would suddenly act so recklessly, deteriorating relations. He should have at least warned them sooner. And the place where Zun Zun and Prince Levi appeared was above a gold mine. As Zun Zun's immense magical power was evident, perhaps a deliberate provocation, the golden dragon occupying the mine had already assumed a fighting stance to confront the enemy. Facing the gleaming horns, wings spread wide, obscuring the sky, a deafening roar, and every movement of the enormous golden dragon violently vibrating the gold mine, Prince Levi's mouth dripped with inexplicable saliva. Zun, Zun Zun. Zun Zun, Prince Levi, you like stories about slaying dragons, right? It's up to you if you want to participate. This is also a prime location. But stories are just stories. No matter how exciting they are, they never fully immerse you in the real world. They're nothing more than unfathomable fantasies. So, Zun Zun manifested a black and white lightsaber in his left and right hands, respectively. Don't you want to experience it yourself? This was a common fan activity offered by idols. Although it involved a small risk, it was guaranteed to be a fantastic experience for the fans. So it was highly recommended. Prince Levi was stunned, staring at him in bewilderment. Zun Zun was a little disappointed. In the end, he still seemed too naive, even though Prince Levi's passion wasn't dragons, but slaying them. But with such a rare opportunity before his eyes, if he let it slip away. Perhaps it was his idol's blank stare that drove him on, but Prince Levi slowly stood up from the ground, his gaze fixed on the golden dragon in the air. I'm royalty. Yes, that's right. I'm Prince Levi of Elrod. How could I back down like that? That looks good. Zun Zun tossed him a magic longsword and turned to face the golden dragon. Prince Levi, let's go. Okay, the dividing line in slaying dragons. After Zun Zun took Prince Levi away, Alice and the others were put under control. Although they weren't arrested or imprisoned, the disappearance of a prince was still a cause for concern, so they were forced to remain in the audience chamber until Prince Levi returned. After a long period of fruitless persuasion, Sato Kazuma racked his brains in despair. Remembering Sun Tsun's words about killing a dragon, he ordered his servants to investigate the gold mine. When the explorers returned, astonished, they found Sun Tsun and Prince Levi, along with a severed dragon head. The sudden appearance of the two blood-soaked figures and the ferocious dragon head in the audience chamber startled everyone, but after a brief moment of panic, they rushed back. Sun, are you alright? Why did you suddenly disappear? Do you know how worried I was? How cunning, how cunning. I want to kill a dragon too. I want to test its power with explosive magic. Wait, I'll heal you. Aren't you hurt? In short, his companions greeted him with concern. The prince being taken away so abruptly was certainly troubling and infuriating, but his safe return was better than anything. It seemed there had been a slight change. Sato Kazuma looked at Prince Levi, surrounded by his servants, and asked curiously, Hey, Sun-kun, what did you do to the prince? No, nothing, nothing, right. He looked in the direction of his finger. Don't come here, Prince Levi, you're already dead. What? What are you saying all of a sudden? Prince Levi spoke with an extremely cold expression to the servants who were running toward him with worried faces. The shadows on his face made him look incredibly tough. What's wrong? What do you mean? Isn't this like Fist of the North Star? Well, during the battle, Sun-kun had simply said, guys need to be tough. Only then will they be popular, and then, for some reason, his features suddenly hardened. Not a bad change, is it? Your head. Sato Kazuma looked at the man who kept repeating, the Death Star above your head shines. If I retreat, the heavens will laugh at me. I will not waver in the path I have chosen. Prince Levi had already covered his face with his hands. Prince Levi was completely infected by Chuanibayao. Although he was already of Chuanibayao age. Chapter 434, Youthful growth always comes after a breakup. The foolish prince has become a Chuanibayao prince. Will this kingdom become militaristic? Will his vassals, seeing Prince Levi's drastic change in style, tear them apart? What will happen when the king of Elrod returns and, in a fit of rage, stops providing aid? Darkness looked worried. But her worries were completely unfounded. At the celebratory banquet that evening, Prince Levi's stern features had vanished, returning to his original self. Great, I don't know why you're so nervous, because if we're not careful, it could cause a serious diplomatic incident. Or rather, Zun Zun, please be more aware of yourself. Don't think that Prince Levi admires you and can be so fearless. The daughters of the neighboring nobles were worried about this trip, but Zun Zun and his companions seemed completely unconcerned, even committing some outrageous acts. Watching Prince Levi chatting and laughing with his servants and nobles, a little complacent, Zun Zun smiled with relief. He had taken Prince Levi on a specific mission to slay dragons. Amid a wave of distrust in the royal family caused by a visit from a neighboring kingdom to deal with internal affairs, The royal family suddenly undertook a monumental feat, defeating the Golden Dragon, which had been disturbing the kingdom's peace. Prince Levi, always called the Foolish Prince, was the goal. This, presumably, would have helped change public perceptions of the situation. Prince Levi became a dragon slayer, Zun Zun gained a powerful internal affairs officer, and Alice received an additional subsidy, a win-win situation for all three parties. Of course, Zun Zun didn't blindly propel Prince Levi to power. Without the necessary strength, that would only have harmed him. But surprisingly, Prince Levi proved to be formidable, worthy of a royal family that frequently recruited the bloodlines of powerful heroes to increase its power, just like Alice. Prince Levi's sudden change in attitude was due to the blood of the otherworldly hero. Zun Zun simply awakened his potential. Even if he couldn't completely transform him, as long as he remembered this feeling, he would eventually become a powerful member of the royal family. Noticing Prince Levi's inquisitive gaze, Zun Zun raised his glass in a Leo-style toast. His encouraging gaze brought a slight blush to his cheeks. It was unclear whether it was the thrill of recognition or the wine he had drunk. The banquet continued merrily. With no troublemakers or threats, everyone was in perfect harmony. The Elrod Kingdom and the Belzig Kingdom would be allies forever. After the banquet, Prince Levi invited them to stay the night. Sato Kazuma and the others were reluctant, fearing a repeat of the previous night's incident, and repeatedly declined. But Prince Levi had completely overpowered them in just a few days, and in exchange for more funds for their upkeep, they agreed to spend another night. Why are you all in my room? Sato Kazuma was fine, but Darkness, Aqua, Megumin, and Yunyun were all in his room. Because I'm scared. Scared of what? Zun Zun wanted to ask, but the changeling's unstoppable expression last night prevented him from getting the words out. And that perverted knight over there, I won't let you wander around the castle at night without your necklace. I wanted to chase them out, but then I remembered that everything that happened last night was my fault, so I hesitated. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't bother me. Hearing you say that, Zun Zun, aren't you going to sleep? Yes, I want to craft magic items. Zun Zun produced various items from the alien dimension, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon claws, and so on. Dragons are extremely powerful creatures in any world, and the materials they contain are also extremely rare. Eating their meat can increase your level several times over, their blood can be used to make potions that increase skill points, and their horns and scales can be used to craft weapons and armor of the highest quality. It's no exaggeration to say they're a hidden treasure. Wait a moment, Zun Zun, Aqua, I want to ask you, when you defeated the Golden Dragon, did you explore its hidden treasure? Isn't it common for dragons to collect treasure? So, I won't give you money, why not? Adventurer stories are known for the fame and wealth that come from defeating a dragon, so many people are eager to slay dragons, but only a few are able to do so. Zun Zun did indeed obtain a considerable fortune, and not only that, he also received a reward from Prince Levi. While it might have been a pittance for him, it was a significant sum for other adventurers, and Aqua naturally set her sights on him. How shameless you are. You ask for pay when you haven't done anything. You have to change this mentality of getting something for nothing. Kazuma, you. I remember, Mr. Kazuma, you were also sweeping the casino, making a ton of money, damn. Sato Kazuma pulled Aqua away, almost in tears, but Darkness hugged her and comforted her tenderly. Hey, Zun Zun, what are you doing, making equipment, for whom? For Prince Levi. It's part of giving back to the fans. After all, with so much personal support, it would be a shame not to give back, really, Sato Kazuma nodded. By the way, have you decided what equipment to make for Prince Levi, longsword and light armor? This is the standard royal set. Like Alice, the Elrod royal family has also developed its own system, and Prince Levi is best suited for longswords and light armor, equipment made from the horns and scales of a golden dragon. How enviable, Sato Kazuma said with a hint of envy. Don't worry, you'll receive some as well, Zun Zun said, looking at the entire team. Now that we have the dragon materials, it would be a waste if we didn't make use of them. It was time for the team to get stronger. Aqua and Sato Kazuma aside, the importance of Darkness, Megumin, and Yunyun was evident. To make future adventures easier, Zun Zun decided to invest some effort now. Besides, these people were his greatest allies in defeating the Demon King, so he had to give them a little. Hearing this, the team members were overjoyed and began making their own requests. For example, Sato Kazuma wanted light, Stylish armor. Darkness didn't want her current armor to be golden. Megumin wanted to increase the power of her magic wand. Yunyun wanted casting speed, and Aqua didn't care about performance, only appearance. The requests were all kinds of strange and varied. Zun Zun finally understood why his companions, despite their high level, still seemed like novices. It was simply because they had such strong personalities. But he accepted it all. For a skilled magic item master, the more challenging the task, the more motivated he was and the more he could demonstrate his prowess. Early the next morning, Zun Zun arrived at the royal city with slight dark circles under his eyes. Today he was going home. At his current level, he wouldn't be as haggard from an all-nighter, but the constant concentration and mental strain were unbearable. Of course, the results were encouraging. Prince Levi, this is a parting gift. What is this? Prince Levi was astonished by the emerald longsword and golden armor before him. This sword is made from a golden dragon, infused with wind dragon and earth dragon elements, and then fused by the heat of the demonic flame dragon. It can unleash wind, earth, fire, water, and other magic at the wielder's will. Although the words sounded good, it was just a piece of jewelry. At least that's what Zun Zun thought. It was far inferior to the demonic sword Graham and the holy sword Curry Stick, offering no amazing value. This left the self-proclaimed master of magic items, Zun Zun, slightly disheartened. As for the armor, it takes full advantage of the properties of gold, high melting point, high density, excellent toughness and ductility, and strong conductivity, allowing it to unleash its abilities effectively. Of course, it still couldn't compare to the Holy Kai. But Prince Levi was unexpectedly delighted. He trembled as he accepted the sword and armor, his enthusiasm evident. It's true, they say, the intention is greater than the gift. Some fans, even receiving body hair from their idols, would be so pleased that they would brag about it on social media, shocking everyone. Zun Zun had completely misunderstood. Constantly confronted with divine artifacts and witnessing their power, Zun Zun naturally looked down on his own shoddy magical items. However, as a master of magical items, his creations were exceptionally good. Even if they weren't divine artifacts, they were certainly a significant gift to the Elrod Kingdom. Upon receiving a gift from his idol, and an incredibly expensive one at that, Prince Levi was speechless with excitement. Only after the constant, gentle calls of his vassals did he finally regain consciousness. Then, at his suggestion, Prince Levi put on the armor. It fits perfectly. He stretched his shoulders, arms, and legs, finding it fitted perfectly, without the heaviness or oppression of a suit of armor. I've effectively taken advantage of the malleability of gold, making it more stable and lighter. Furthermore, it adapts to the size of the wearer, a small feature, I suppose. A small feature. Prince Levi was speechless. He had abandoned his former arrogance. After a brief training, the prince, upon donning this armor, radiated a certain wisdom and prowess. Who knew how much he would grow? He hoped to hear his name one day. Just as Zun Zun was about to leave, Prince Levi stopped them. He extended a gift box with both hands. Its appearance revealed a truly luxurious gift. Wait a moment. In fact, I also prepared a gift for you, Zun Zun. Thank you for helping me grow. I accept. Zun Zun gladly accepted it. When exchanging gifts, no matter how cheap or expensive, one must accept them sincerely to show respect to the other party. After expressing that they would definitely play again when they had the chance, Zun Zun and his friends boarded the dragon carriage for the return journey. Prince Levi didn't stop waving his arms until the carriage disappeared. At that moment, the servants spoke one after another. Oh, I forgot to introduce my daughter to Zun Zun. Ah, me too. My sister is still waiting to get married. What a joke. Your sister is as fat as a bear. If you want to introduce someone, you should introduce her to my distant cousin. According to you, then the cousin of my third aunt's sister's daughter is the most suitable candidate? For some reason, they suddenly started arguing. Prince Levi couldn't help but ask, wait, what are you arguing about? As you can see, we want to introduce Zun Zun to outstanding women from various families. What? Oh, Zun Zun is an exceptional young talent. If we could marry our daughter to him, I would be very happy. Huh? Hearing this, Prince Levi was struck by lightning. He fell to his knees in frustration, muttering to himself. Young talent. Zun Zun is a boy, a boy. Impossible, it can't be like this. Prince Levi, seeing his violent reaction, the ministers looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 435 Tons. Question mark. Well, Miss Aqua, we're here on a mission, not just for fun, Yunyun said awkwardly. This idiot goddess always lost track of priorities. She was always complaining about not having enough fun, but she also neglected her duties. She had no idea what she was doing. Sato Kazuma even scolded her. What are you still talking about? You always have a good chance of starting a ruckus, so you have no right to say such things. I really don't understand why you're such a lowly high school girl. If I'd had more money this time, I would have had more fun, you disgusting whore. Sato Kazuma's composure instantly shattered at Aqua's words. He remembered how she had always pestered him during their playdays, leaving him with nothing to show for it. He charged forward in fury, ignoring the dangers of the moving carriage, and engaged in a struggle. Yunyun screamed in fear, causing the dragon carriage to wobble. Woof! Alice lost her balance and threw herself into Zun Zun's arms. His soft body was comforting, and she didn't expect such immense strength to be hidden in her small frame. At that same instant, she heard the creaking of metal colliding, and instinctively lowered her head to look at the girl's neck. Perhaps it was the intense gaze that made the girl shyly cover her chest, her cheeks slightly blushed, which made her look incredibly attractive. No. It's a misunderstanding, I wasn't looking. Megumin, your gaze is so piercing, please believe me. Zun Zun, why are you so nervous? I didn't say anything. Megumin just stared at him with expressionless eyes as he tried to defend himself. But she finally let go. After all. Sorry, I'm too young to catch your interest, Alice. The princess was deeply disappointed, and Megumin seemed sympathetic. The girl, only 12 years old, hadn't grown up yet, so her expressionlessness was even worse than Megumin's, already reaching Chris's level. This was truly sad. Stop it, stop joking around. Zun Zun gently released Alice from his arms and said sadly, I was just looking at the necklace, you knew that, right? Yes, I know, of course. Smiles crossed their faces, indicating that they were just teasing him. But the necklace, Megumin also looked at the necklace Alice held in her hand like a treasure, her red eyes shining slightly. I'm so envious, said Sato Kazuma. No, I'm scared. Because, isn't it a very dangerous magical item? How rude, brother. How could a gift from Zun Zun be dangerous? Indeed, it's very dangerous. Sato Kazuma and Aqua stepped back slightly. A golden necklace, that's what Zun Zun called it. Made from the horns of a golden dragon, with 3 golden cylinders, shaped similar to bullets, connected by a string, it was a magical item that Zun Zun had invested immense effort into. Each bullet was engraved with 10 magic circles, all designed to stabilize it. It had a single effect, explosion. That's right, if Alice pressed the switch on the back of the bullet and channeled a bit of her own magical power, a massive explosion would occur within 3 seconds, a magical item condensed with all of Zun Zun's magical power, comparable in concentration to the finest magic crystals. A single shot could level the royal city. Isn't that a bomb? Yes, it is. Sato Kazuma and Aqua held hands, looking weak and helpless, completely bewildered with fear. By the way, why don't we just call it the explosive bullet necklace? That's a terrible name for a girl's jewel. Is it okay to give away a magic item like this? Sato Kazuma expressed his incomprehension at Zun Zun's line of thinking, but there were actually far more dangerous magic items in Crimson Demon Village. Don't talk about whether it's dangerous or not, just talk about whether it's practical or not. No, all I can think about is mutual destruction. I don't see any use for it. What the hell, this guy? Sato Kazuma always criticizes Zun Zun's magic tools harshly, probably because the gifts he prepares aren't as good as his own. In response to his disdain, Zun Zun says, since Kazuma despises the magic tools I made, I'll give yours to someone else when we get back. Sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Sato Kazuma bowed his head and apologized. A man with a supple butt is truly infuriating and funny. I'll tell you. Aqua leaned forward, licking her cheeks. Zun Zun, what about mine? What are you going to make for me? Forget about armor and stuff. Accessories like goddess ribbons and a magic wand are optional. Why don't you give me the materials? Selling them will give me some money, this guy. It's decided. I'll make you some underwear, Aqua, why? Zun Zun, you're saying, Aqua covered her lower body. Darkness suddenly gasped, as if saying, I want it too. Her armor, even more powerful than her defense, decided to obey her wishes. A perverted knight, indeed. Megumin said nothing, merely stared at him. Yunyun, driving the dragon carriage, kept turning around, as if hesitating to speak. Yes, Megumin and Yunyun, here. Zun Zun handed each of them an ability potion. The bottle still had the words on it, but the color of the potion wasn't purple, but a shimmering gold, completely different from that in Crimson Demon Village. What is this? Didn't our tutor tell us before we left the village that skill point potions could increase skill points by 2 or 3 points per bottle? This time, I finally obtained the blood of a mutated golden dragon, so I gave it a try. Well, unfortunately, it failed. Zun Zun wasn't pinning his hopes on a single success, knowing full well that developing and strengthening a formula like this would require repeated testing and significant funding. Wasting that much blood, just to produce 2 bottles, was a pain. But probably since it uses golden dragon blood as an ingredient, it will slightly increase the user's power, and the effect will be more pronounced at first. They can use it after nightfall, I see. Thank you, Zun Zun, thank you. Megumin and Yunyun thanked him repeatedly. Incredible, to make a potion like this, incredible. Alice and the others couldn't help but praise him. Recalling Prince Levi's earlier promise to buy Zun Zun off, if that had happened, with the financial backing of the Elrod Kingdom, it would likely have become a regional power in just a few years, rivaling the Demon King's army. And now, he chooses to refuse for the sake of the Belzeg Kingdom. Alice grabbed his hand. Zun Zun, I won't let you down. Uh-oh. Go ahead. Seeing Alice's inexplicably determined look, Zun Zun felt a little puzzled. But if the Elrod Kingdom's help was put to full use, it would be a true reward. Megumin, holding the glowing potion, watched Zun Zun and Alice, an ambiguous expression on their faces. A potion is more valuable than a necklace. Especially one with effects additional. It would definitely cost a fortune. But instead of something that disappears when consumed, Megumin wished for something like Alice's, a commemorative accessory, like the earrings she had before. Normally, she would have given her a ring or something, but why? Perhaps it was because she was so heartbroken. Seeing Alice holding the necklace like a treasure made her even more jealous. Tun Megumin couldn't help but gulp down the potion. Megumin, it's fine. I was looking forward to trying it, It's just a necklace, I don't care. It's not a ring, huh? Then, she collapsed on the ground. Megumin, are you okay? Megumin, hey, cheer up. Not even Zun Zun expected Megumin to drink the potion so recklessly, despite being told to wait. Zun Zun, what the hell is going on? Perhaps it's too powerful. Is the golden dragon powerful? Of course, but compared to beings like Zun Zun and Alice, she's a bit weaker. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a huge disaster ravaging the Elrod Kingdom. Besides, dragons are usually energetic and physically powerful, so the materials extracted from them are very powerful. You know, this potion is usually reserved for classes like Crusader Knights and Sword Masters. A frail great mage like Megumin can only use it in several doses. That's why they didn't give it to Sato Kazuma, whose physique is even worse than Megumin's. Aqua had no effect on her, and darkness would only become even more perverted. Unexpectedly. I don't understand why she's acting like this. You really don't understand, huh? Nothing. Sato Kazuma never had high hopes for Aqua, rather, it was more like her constant nonsense was her style. What do? I have to stop for now. Zun Zun watched the sunset. It was almost nighttime, and although it was still a little early, it was time to set up camp. Yunyun, you can drink it too. I'll keep an eye on you, okay? Wait. Why did you drink it too, huh? Because Megumin did the same thing, without Zun Zun noticing. Yunyun also drank the potion with unusual enthusiasm and collapsed on the ground. Well, let's set up camp. Chapter 436 Golden Underwear Great Ass. It was night time. Darkness and Aqua were decorating the mansion, Zun Zun was cooking, Alice was helping out, and Sato Kazuma was putting up barriers around the house to prevent monster attacks at night. Honestly, Zun Zun was curious as to why they didn't use teleportation magic to return, instead of driving a dragon carriage back and forth. If they were worried about their magic power, Zun Zun could certainly afford it. And then, upon returning, I'll be alone in the castle, unable to go out, with no one to talk to, and no one who will pay attention to me. It's really depressing. So, even though it's a lot to ask, could you stay with me? Or, no. Hearing Alice say this, Zun Zun immediately said it was no problem. Although he was a little tired of riding in a carriage all the time, having Alice by his side made him feel comfortable, and he slowly began to enjoy these days of stopping and taking in the scenery. That smells so good. It's a little spicy, But it's really delicious. Alice wrinkled her upturned little nose, her eyes twinkling, as she said, Zun Zun is a terrific cook. May I ask what we're having for dinner tonight? Mapo tofu. Zun Zun had wanted to make this famous dish ever since he arrived, but unfortunately, he didn't have the necessary equipment to prepare tofu along the way. He couldn't buy it until he reached the Elrod capital, so he decided to teach Alice how to make it. It really smells so good, my mouth is watering. Darkness, Aqua, are you finished? Of course, the two of them, who had finished work, stared at the bright red tofu in the pot. The spicy, pungent aroma made their mouths water. You're right. This question, is it mapo tofu? I haven't actually eaten mapo tofu at the cafeteria since I finished high school, and I surprisingly miss it. But this tastes even better than the one from the cafeteria. Sato Kazuma also emerged from the forest. I don't know if it was the aroma that attracted him. Oh, greedy Kazuma. You don't have to reveal your experiences as a high school nerd and a housewife. You'll just make people laugh. You don't have to point it out, you useless goddess. The two continued insulting each other. But as soon as the delicious mapo tofu was in their mouths, they burst into praise. It seems food really can change people. The meat filling is golden and crispy, not at all chewy. Each piece melts in your teeth. The tofu is white as jade, with sharp edges and angular shapes, and falls apart with a pinch. The garlic sprouts are emerald green, blue, and vibrant, and each one is cooked to perfection, with nothing raw. Darkness transformed back into gourmet, commenting on Zun Zun's delicious food. Alice's lips were also red from eating so much, her tongue hanging out. She didn't seem to be very good with spicy food. But since it was so delicious, she couldn't bear to leave it. Thank you for the gift, X4. I'm sorry. After dinner, Zun Zun made tea, and everyone waited quietly for the sun to completely set over the horizon, happy. By the way, did you save anything for Megumin and Yunyun? By the way, are they okay? I really hope you thought about them before eating, Kazuma. Well, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Sato Kazuma could only scratch his head in embarrassment, while Zun Zun smiled. It's okay, it's okay. They're fine. Then why haven't they woken up? How should I explain it? Zun Zun carefully considered his words and explained in a way that Aqua could understand. Kazuma, have you ever accidentally eaten too much and felt really sleepy? You mean, carb motion sickness? That's right. Consuming a large amount of carbohydrates in a short time causes blood to circulate in the stomach, and the brain, deprived of blood, feels drowsy. Although the method is different, the principle is the same. After ingesting a large amount of nutrients, Megumin and Yunyun unconsciously fall into deep sleep to absorb them. They have no serious problems. I see. Aqua seemed to suddenly understand. Sato Kazuma asked in surprise. What? Aqua, you really understood? Why do you say that? What do you think I am? I'm surprised you understood. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just making fun of it, cried the stupid goddess. But as for Kazuma, I'm not sure, Zun Zun said with a smile. After all, Kazuma is in worse physical shape than Megumin. Thank you for reminding me. I'll keep trying. Sato Kazuma said this without any emotion. Darkness felt relieved. I see. I'm glad Megumin and Yunyun are okay. It relieves me. Yes, it relieves me. Sato Kazuma stretched and said, maybe I ate too much last night. After hearing what Zun Zun said, I'm a little sleepy too. Oh, me too. Aqua yawned. Then, go to sleep. I'll keep watch tonight, please. Zun Zun, I'll take over the shift later, Aqua and Sato Kazuma said. Zun Zun was planning to modify Darkness's armor that night and decided to stay up late. Aqua, as he was getting ready for work, Aqua sneaked up again, looking like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. Being so shy isn't like you, actually, about my gift. What, if possible, could you not make it gold? The truth is, it would make my butt cold. And it's hard to hide gold. You'll see a yellow mosaic, and it will look like yellow poop. If people misunderstand, wouldn't they say, hey, why are you wearing poop-filled underwear? That wouldn't lower my status as a goddess. What the hell is this person on about? It's hard to understand her train of thought. Aqua, Darkness clearly didn't expect her to say something like that. Zun Zun was speechless. Perhaps sensing something was wrong, Aqua scurried away in embarrassment, leaving the others a little overwhelmed. Just ignore her and continue. Darkness's demands were simple. She didn't want the armor to be overly decorated, but she also didn't want it to be gold. as that would make her look overbearing and domineering. After Zun Zun remarked, "Wouldn't that just arouse even more hostility and make you seem even more contemptuous and disdainful? Don't you like it?" Darkness, the pervert, took it to heart. From then on, Zun Zun was free to do whatever he wanted, with the only request being that he not wear the dust in his crest. Perhaps thanks to Zun Zun's intervention, and always relying on his influence, Darkness was no longer inclined to exploit her family to achieve her goals and continued striving to prove herself. However, Zun Zun believed she was too perverted and would easily bring her family into disrepute, so she deliberately avoided it. Alice and Darkness were both amazed by Zun Zun's craftsmanship. As a master of magic items, as a craftsman, he was proficient in painting, mathematics, and other fields, making armor making a piece of cake. Gold is very ductile and stable. So Zun Zun further strengthened Darkness's armor, making it extremely resistant to all kinds of magical attacks, except for explosive magic. The overall color remained unchanged, pure white. But the gold inlay on the edges gave the armor a more luxurious and noble appearance, further distancing it from the perverted knight's true nature. Alice's armor, forget it, Alice's armor was magnificent, comparable to the holy sword curry stick she wielded. Perhaps it was also some kind of divine artifact. Zun Zun didn't ask, as it would have been humiliating. Zun Zun, no, it's nothing, the armor was complete, no, it was more of an enchantment, so it wasn't that difficult. Next. Zun Zun, what else do you want to do? Help Aqua forge equipment, what? Golden underwear? Please let me try it too. No, I have to take a chance first. I'm the team crusader after all, and I'm supposed to be doing this kind of dangerous work. Don't hesitate, leave it all to me, wipe the saliva off the corners of your mouth before you say that. Zun Zun rolled his eyes. Did this guy really think he was going to make golden underwear? And to the perverted knight, this wasn't a dangerous job, it was a reward. Then, just like you, Darkness, she simply enchants her staff. Aqua's true form is that of a goddess. With no stat boost even from leveling up, and with so many skill points to waste, the only way Zun Zun could think of to strengthen her was to enchant her staff. However, to the goddess, this was simply a necessary evil. A slight feeling of despondency washed over her. Like Darkness's armor, Aqua's staff was also enchanted, and the task was quickly completed. A little tired, Zun Zun stretched. Yet, it's been a while. Darkness looked up at the darkening sky and asked curiously, speaking of which, what are you going to do about Kazuma? We'll have to think this through. After all, he's weak, and ordinary weapons don't work on him. Honestly, he's a major pain in the ass, don't say that. But if Brother Newt Zun Zun cared so much about him, he'd be touched, probably. Zun Zun smiled and patted Alice on the head. Right, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a gift box from the other dimension. I'd forgotten about this. This is a gift from Prince Levi. This was the gift Prince Levi had given Zun Zun upon his departure. I wonder what's inside. It must be priceless. After all, we are a nation rich in casinos. Zun Zun, somewhat excited, opened the gift box and saw a deep green orb in the center. This is not good. I have a bad feeling. Just as he finished speaking, the green orb transformed into a black vortex, sucking Zun Zun in. X2, with nothing around him, was stunned. Chapter 437. Not all members of the Italian mafia have the golden spirit. What do I do? The sea was sparkling, the sun illuminating the ocean like a shower of gold. Seagulls were calling in the distance, and the cloudless blue sky offered a stunning sight. It was a beautiful coastal location. If he came to visit with Alice and the others, it would certainly be an unforgettable outing, but only if they could come. Time travel again, every time. It was always like this. The sudden development of events was truly exhausting. Normally, Zun Zun would be furious with Prince Levi, but he touched the orb on his forehead. After so many encounters, he had discovered that orbs like this were extremely special and rare. Take, for example, the red orb that the Crimson Demon Leodin had sought for so long as a replacement, the blue orb found in Axe's temple, and the yellow orb that even Vanir prized. This green orb was undoubtedly priceless. But could it be considered good intentions, but bad consequences? It turned out like this. Never mind, complaining won't help. The most urgent thing is to find someone to ask for directions and then find your way home. This is how modern society should be. Zun Zun, who had been gazing at the coast for a while, saw a huge cruise ship sailing by. If nothing unexpected happened, It would be a society with very advanced transportation and communications, which would be relatively friendly to him. After all, if you encounter a different world where you can't speak the same language as in Suqing, it would be a real headache. When I first met the beautiful elf, it was very painful not being able to communicate effectively. Far from the coast, reaching inland, there were many pedestrians on the street, and Zun Zun met a middle-aged man who looked like a cultured gentleman and took the initiative to talk to him. Scusa, non ho capito. Did this mean that this person only spoke Italian? The familiar yet unfamiliar language left Zun Zun slightly dazed. It was giving him a headache. Xianchao, Liban, and English were his proficiencies, but Italian and the like. Excuse me, do you speak English? Of course, miss, I'm a boy. After a short conversation, Zun Zun finally knew where he was. Yes, Italy. Sardinia, to be more precise, or even Sardinia itself. His only memory of Sardinia was that it was the second largest island in Italy, nothing more. Why are you here? No, that doesn't matter. What's important is how to get back. Are you in trouble? Do you need help? No, I appreciate you telling him. I can't bother you any longer. Well, see you. Zun Zun decisively said goodbye to the gentleman who seemed to be about to say something else. It had to be said, he was a very good person. He told me where he was and wanted to help me in my time of need. But when he learned I was a boy, his eyes seemed to light up for a moment. No, it wasn't Liban and Ding. How could they possibly like little boys? I must have misunderstood. Walking through the historic streets of Italy, feeling the long-lost modern atmosphere. It must sound strange, but for Zun Zun, who lived in the medieval civilization of Suqing, this was modern society. It's been a long time since I saw you. Zun Zun stroked the tall building. It was a magnificent church, in the Baroque style, an architectural style that emphasizes color, light and shadow, sculpture, and strong Baroque features. Baroque architecture, on the one hand, has greater emotional appeal and impact, and on the other, it attracts attention and flaunts the wealth and power of the church. Of course, I learned all of this from textbooks. My interest in this church stemmed from the stark difference between. I visited the Church of Eris in Suqing and the Hub Church. This wasn't good. Thinking about the Hub Church gave me a headache. It was better to forget them. Zun Zun rubbed his forehead and continued walking, but at the same time, he noticed the presence following him, too conspicuous, with overflowing magical power, clearly different from ordinary people. No, rather, this person didn't even bother to hide it, even deliberately releasing his magical power, acting as a provocation. Interesting. This provocation reminded Zun Zun of Megumin, especially when she had just learned explosive magic. That person was so indomitable, eager to show off her muscles and compete with everyone. The person behind him was the same. It was as if she had just achieved success and felt her strength surpassed everyone, thinking that anyone she saw was a scapegoat. Such arrogance stemmed from her lack of reality. The solution to correct this was simple: fight more powerful opponents. After fighting Wiz and Wallback, Megumin also recognized the gap between them and her own weaknesses, and gradually matured. Regardless, let's just ignore this person. If he didn't fight in public, it meant he was cautious or didn't want to fight in front of the public. So, wouldn't it be better for Zun Zun to just follow the crowd? Come to think of it, I've grown up too. If I had left the village and realized someone was provoking me, I would have thrown a tantrum in the street. Yes, we all have to grow up. It hurts. Hey, don't you watch where you're walking? Just as she couldn't help but sigh, a dark-skinned, blonde-haired thug rushed over, deliberately bumping into Zun Zun and speaking sharply to him in English. These are just clothes I bought, and you've stained them, right? Do you even know who we are? Give me back my money. Don't even think about running away. We won't let you go until you pay up. Make this guy kneels down and apologize. As they spoke, several thugs gathered around Zun Zun, as if in agreement, surrounding him. I can't stand it. There are many mobsters in Italy, but I don't think all of them have Moroki's golden spirit. They're more likely to be small-time thugs. He couldn't help but sigh. What the hell are you muttering about? Wait a minute, take a better look at me. Aren't you quite handsome? Okay, girl, come with us. When the dark-skinned, blonde-haired man's hand reached out, about to touch the hem of Zun Zun's shirt, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. But the next second, his jaw received a sharp impact. The pain rendered him unconscious instantly, without even a whimper. The same thing happened to the other thugs. Zun Zun gracefully took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his clean, white hands, and then threw it away nonchalantly. Take it away. I'm still immature. He stepped in the fallen thug's back and walked calmly away, while passers-by whispered among themselves. But they didn't condemn Zun Zun. On the contrary, some vendors cheered him on. It seemed like these guys had a history of evil. Perhaps they were planning to extort outsiders, otherwise they wouldn't have used English to threaten them. The shock was only temporary. When they reached another street, no one cared about what had just happened, and Zun Zun was no longer noticed, not entirely, as the person behind him was still following. Ignore. But just as he was about to continue ignoring them, what a pleasant smell! Zun Zun stopped in front of a dumpling stall, smelling the aroma while his stomach growled slightly. Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten anything since dinner. He had been enchanting equipment for the darkness. Aqua and the others teleported here, and spent so much time wandering around. Sir, how can I help you? Please give me one of these. Zun Zun reminded. He didn't have the country's currency, so paying with gems or gold would be a little too, please. Okay, miss, wait. As the vendor skillfully selected 2 meatballs, the people around them exchanged money and goods as if it were a matter of course. Then, a meatball was handed to him. Thank you. Zun Zun thanked him, took the meatball, and popped one into his mouth. Delicious. As you'd expect from a country world famous for its olive oil, stuffing the meat with olives, coating them in breadcrumbs, and deep frying them. The aroma of the meat and the freshness of the olives create a perfect balance in your mouth. And when they're fresh out of the oven, the taste is even better. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a food critic, but it sure tasted good. The people around them looked slightly surprised. Even though Zun Zun was a cook delicious, that didn't mean he was like a certain tsundere god of tongue, always praising delicious food. The 2 of them sat down on a bench by the roadside. Zun Zun savored the delicious olive-filled dumplings and said, "How surprising. I thought you'd follow me quietly, that was my plan. But if I see someone in need, I'll help. After all, I'm a gentleman." He gracefully picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. Gentleman, but even a gentleman wouldn't help everyone. Like those hooligans just now, I gave them a good beating. I apologize for their disrespect. Alright, Zun Zun waved his hand indifferently. This person is a bit like darkness, taking the blame when it's clearly not his. But the difference is that although he used respectful words to Zun Zun, his tone and attitude were a bit bad. Well, that's what it's like when you haven't been struck by reality. I thought you came to help me because I'm good looking. That's a great reason, really. Zun Zun said it naturally. After all, he had attracted a lot of attention when he walked on the street. You're wearing such strange clothes, it's really eye-catching. Really? Did he misunderstand? It's not the appearance, but the clothes. Did those little hooligans just now think the same, so they deliberately came here to pick a fight? A little timid. Sorry, I don't have time, so I asked directly. He seemed a little impatient and looked Zun Zun straight in the eyes. Excuse me, which god pillar are you? What? Even if you play dumb, it's no use. Just now, you had that expression of nostalgia for the Baroque church, but then there was clear disdain and disgust in your eyes. Also, those red eyes and black hair. Could it be that you are Cain? I don't know, I deny. It seems I was right. After all, Baroque churches usually venerate Catholics, not to mention the Cathedral of the Three Saints. With his red eyes and black hair, his almost depraved beauty, coupled with the disdainful look you just gave him, he is undoubtedly the mythical ancestor of evil, Cain. But records show that Cain is not the founder of vampires, and vampires don't move under the sun, supposedly. Faced with a girl's questioning gaze, Zun Zun could only respond with a blank expression. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. The proud, blue-eyed blonde girl in front of him spoke again. Forgive me for causing such a fuss. I was late introducing myself. I am Erica Blantree, Grand Knight of the Magical Cross of Copper and Black Society, the Crimson Devil. Please remember me. She seemed very proud of her title. Chapter 438, The Standard Romantic Comedy Routine. A nostalgic glance at the church? It's because I haven't seen a building with a modern feel in a while. A disgusted glance at the church? It's because I inadvertently thought of the evils of the Aqua's cult. In short, it's all a misunderstanding. However, no matter how much Zun Zun explained it, the girl following him, Erica Blantree, insisted he was a descendant of a god. Zun Zun didn't deny it. After all, with the body of a god, he could hardly be called a god. But she mistook him for Cain, which angered people a little. That's an evil man. The evil man from the Bible. Isn't it too much to consider yourself the ancestor of evil? And what does it mean to be disobedient? I haven't been fooled yet. Being able to walk freely under the sun, I suppose he's not the original vampire. Is that crown studded with precious gems a symbol of power, or does it emphasize his villainous image? But what about the devilish, almost depraved beauty? Isn't it precisely this beauty that attracts others to become villains? The girl, oblivious to the others, continued analyzing, as if trying to determine Zun Zun's origins. I'll tell you. Why do you want to tell me about your origins? I've been telling you from the start, from another world. You don't think I'm stupid enough to believe that answer, do you? I really hope so. Zun Zun had told the other person from the start that he was from another world, but the other person refused to listen. If it weren't for the favor of a meal. Then what do you mean? That information is wrong. Vampires can indeed walk under the sun, it's just that it tires them out. Besides, they're gods, how could they possibly be afraid of it? What? The girl paused, pondering the meaning of the sentence. Excuse me, may I ask what this information is based on? The fourth true ancestor I know isn't afraid of sunlight, from another world, at least not this one. Then, the girl exploded. Her body trembled slightly with anger, and in her hand, a knife-like weapon looked like she was going to stab, but she held back in the end. What a pity. If she had stabbed, Zun Zun could have easily used the same excuse as Sane. They started it first, and I was forced to defend myself. It's not my fault to knock her out. The other party seemed to realize that Zun Zun was doing it on purpose, and his tone turned slightly harsh. By the way, are you dissatisfied? What? A lady as beautiful as I am, would you mind traveling with you? Zun Zun looked at her. Her long golden hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and her red dress, illuminated by the orange light of the sun, contrasted with her golden hair, making the red even more striking. The flaming red and gold hair adorned her head like a crowned warrior. Combined with her refined features and vibrant, noble, and confident bearing, she was an unforgettable face to behold. But, really, I'm still a bit behind you, with your demonic beauty. Even the self-assured queen had to duck her head slightly before Zun Zun, admitting that she couldn't compare. But I have my strengths too. She puffed out her chest, raised her hips, and formed an S shape. Her beautiful curves were truly captivating, even more impressive than any model he had ever seen, an incredibly perfect figure. They're quite prominent, but compared to men, you're quite unyielding, because you're a crimson demon. Yes, the crimson demon with the red, copper, and black cross. It was thanks to her, Erica Brauntree's introduction, and Sardinia's speculations about the gods that Zun Zun finally understood what world he had come to. The Godslayer. Humans weave various myths, and these give rise to various gods. The gods are supposed to maintain their roles within their respective myths, keeping the world running smoothly. However, not all gods adhere to their mythological roles. These are called disobedient gods. Erica mistook Zun Zun for a disobedient god. Since disobedient gods bring disaster, those who can defeat them are called godslayers. It's such a dangerous place, how strange. I didn't expect the gods to be afraid. The gods drink until they vomit, often go mad, work on construction sites, and love to display their talents in public. Let's put that aside for now. What's the point of them enjoying displaying their talents, because they're gods from another world? Zun Zun spread his hands. Erica frowned slightly in anger at the word another world, clearly taking it as another of Zun Zun's jokes. Sigh. Yes, after all, no one would believe someone like that was a goddess. The worship of the gods is shattered. You're right, aren't you, Aqua? Erica suddenly said, come to think of it, I still don't know your name. Huh? How strange. Aren't you sure I'm Cain? Why do you want to know my name now? Zun Zun was curious. Because you said you're not Cain. Of course, it's also possible that I was mistaken. You were mistaken. Under their inquisitive gaze, he said his name. Zun Zun. I see, you accepted it so easily. What's wrong? Well, after all, the name Zun Zun sounded like a joke, so Dullahan and Wallbox, are you joking? Expressions were more reasonable. Isn't that a pseudonym? No, it's my real name. But besides this one, I have two other names, so you're the Trinity. Hey, Erica seemed to be pondering. Could this guy have been deliberately deceiving her? I'm telling you, my patience has a limit. Really, your kindness is almost exhausted. If you keep this up, I might lose my temper. But weren't you the one who lied first? Saying your name is Zun Zun or something, there was no way to refute it. A name that sounded like a joke could easily lead to misunderstandings. Okay. In that case, listen carefully. My other two names are, just as Zun Zun was about to tell her the names from his past life and the one before that, a deafening beast roar suddenly sounded in the distance, vibrating her eardrums and forcing her to cover her ears. What's that? She looked into the distance. A massive black boar appeared in the center of the village, roaring at the sky as if announcing its presence. The beast was about 50 meters tall, and the ground shook violently with each advance. Its roar shook and shattered the glass of buildings, and its charge toppled several. The screams of passers-by echoed from beneath the gigantic black boar. The god of disobedience. No, the divine beast. Erica had changed her clothes. Her bright red dress had been replaced with more comfortable pants. She wielded a rapier so exquisite it looked like a work of art. Zun Zun noticed that the sword contained immense magical power, clearly nothing ordinary. And now, the rapier was pointed directly at him. You did it. What? I know that when the god of disobedience speaks his name, he summons his own clones with the power of his words. That giant beast is a part of you, right? Put it away quickly, or I'll be rude to you. No, it's a misunderstanding. That power, clearly 1/10 the god of disobedience, Velaslana, had nothing to do with Zun Zun. Erica stared at him, the screams of the people ringing in her ears. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth, turned, and ran toward the boar still tearing up the street in the distance. Its long legs stomped on the wall until it disappeared. As expected, a night like darkness cared about the common people. He was just a little annoyed that he had pointed his rapier at her. That's it. Zun Zun suddenly understood. An initial provocation, ignored, attracted attention. Then, thanks to Emil, they grew closer. Then, a misunderstanding led to a fight. Eventually, the misunderstanding was resolved, and the knight fell in love. Isn't this the typical romantic comedy routine? Doesn't it mean that if Zun Zun ran to help now, he would gain the beauty's tacit consent? Fine, let's go back. No one would go. He didn't even want to do such a thankless task. Even Sato Kazuma would have left decisively, knowing it was risky and unnecessary. So Zun Zun headed in the opposite direction. But then, there was a scream, and something fell from the sky. Zun Zun instinctively reached out. The powerful force of the fall was accompanied by the gentle brush of the girl's body, which entered his mind. Hey, he looked at the blonde girl in his arms, held like a princess, then at the giant boar in the distance, marveling at how far he had been dragged. Just as Zun Zun was about to stealthily slip away, waiting for the others to clean up, the boar unexpectedly charged towards him with all its might. Zun Zun could clearly feel the enormous boar's gaze fixed on his small self, not on the enormous building behind him, nor on the unconscious Erica in his arms, but on himself. What was going on? Erica Blantree, a prodigy from the renowned Red Copper and Black Cross magical family, inherited the name of her uncle, the Crimson Devil, at the tender age of 16, cultivating a youthful and rebellious streak. She believed that she had already rivaled her uncle's strength, capable of fighting against the Godslayer, and esteemed both the Godslayer and the God of Disobedience to be only slightly stronger. However, this arrogance was shattered by the God of Disobedience, no, merely by his clone. Oh, you're awake. Slowly opening her eyes, Erica found herself faced with a ball of aquamarine light and a familiar face looming before her. Just in time. It's almost over, it's over. Erica stared straight ahead, watching the boar that had so easily blown her away now charge at them, each blow stopped by a thin membrane. However, with its vicious tusks in a body the size of a hill, the volatile, pitch-black boar still intimidated them, making them afraid to face it. If you're afraid, close your eyes, Zun Zun declared, puffing out his chest as if chanting spiritual words. Breaking the principles of the Crown of Flames, the Destroyer, deeply influenced by the Red Lotus, will demonstrate your worth once more, transforming into a being eager to transcend tyranny and recklessness, and emerge from the ranks of the spirits. Immortal spirit, demonic flame dragon. A 100-meter-long demonic flame dragon suddenly appeared in the air. Dragon breath, roar. The next instant, like a divine rod, a beam of light descended from the sky, widening the entire field of vision and distorting the ears. Boom. World nuclear peace. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. 5 wins, 1 draw, and 4 losses. Here, water and a towel, thank you. Seeing the cleaning products being offered to her, seemingly out of nowhere, Erica hesitated before accepting them. For a girl, for a lady, it is not polite to be constantly covered in dust and grime. She silently wiped her face. The bowl had been destroyed, consumed by the dragon's furious breath. But strangely, the ashes were blown into the sky by a strong wind and quickly disappeared. With the giant beast no longer rampaging, the chaos in the streets finally subsided. But what remained was a hellish cityscape, strewn with rubble, the fire still burning at the docks, and the chaos of the people. Scattered cries for help could be heard in the distance, but the knight beside her could offer no assistance, for even she herself was deeply shaken and devastated. The two sat down on the bench where they had parted. Perhaps it was pure luck. With everything around them completely destroyed, even the nearby croquette cart crushed, only the bench managed to survive. "Why did you save me?" the girl suddenly asked. "For a meal." "Just kidding, I caught you by chance, and that wild boar, for some reason, saw me and charged like crazy, so I killed it in a fit of rage." "What? That's not at all gentlemanly." "That depends on the person. Are you saying I'm not a lady?" Zun Zun remained silent. He said nothing, but he said everything, irritating the somewhat proud girl a little. "Look." The confident and strong girl suffered an unprecedented blow, revealing a weakness no one had ever witnessed. The boy could easily comfort her by claiming to be her savior, and then tell her that she was great, that the other person was just stronger than she realized, and that it wasn't her fault, or something along those lines. That would undoubtedly earn him immense admiration. However, Zun Zun was wrong twice in a row, perhaps even intentionally. "I want to ask you again, was it really not you? Is that divine beast not a part of you?" "No, really," Erica nodded, as if she finally believes Zun Zun's words. The change in attitude, after his stubbornness, was quite strange. "I still have my doubts, but I want to trust the one who saved my life. Unexpectedly a lady, please call me a knight at a time like this." That was the girl's title, her pride. But this time, a bitter smile crossed her face. She was a 16-year-old Grand Knight, even inheriting the title from her uncle, the Crimson Demon, and yet she was still defeated without a fight by the god of disobedience, and even by the divine beast. Really, what a shame. On the other hand, the unfamiliar figure at her side. "Even if you're not a god, you're at least a mage, right?" "Don't use mage, it's a derogatory term in our land. Please call me Great Mage." "Thank you, Great Mage." Erica pondered the title, thinking it was similar to her own title of Great Knight, though if there were any actual distinction, her rank would be far too low. "Don't be so self-deprecating. I'm an outlier even in my land. You, Erica, are just a normal Great Knight." "I'm not happy at all." Precisely because they were normal Great Knights, they were unable to resist, or even stop, absolute power. Just as Zun Zun was about to leave, "I smelled something strange, so I came to take a look." "Do you mind if I talk to you?" A young man emerged from the collapsed wall. He was about 14 or 15 years old. His jet black hair fell to his shoulders. His skin was the color of ivory, and most importantly, he was incredibly handsome, on par with Zun Zun. His clothes were dark brown, slightly ragged and dirty, more like desert clothes than Hong Kong street clothes. "Are you an ordinary person? It's dangerous here, get out of here," Erica warned him. No, this must be a strange boy in such a dangerous place. Something must be wrong with him, something like that, right?" "Relax, girl, I'm not afraid of danger," the boy said, glancing at Zun Zun next to Erica, as if to indicate that none of his classmates cared. Erica moved her lips, but said nothing. "Well, although I'm somewhat curious about you, I'd like to talk to the boy next to you," as if inviting him. The boy smiled gently, his squinted eyes narrowed further, and his lips curved. It was an ancient smile, completely different from Zun Zun's, a smile like smoke. "Of course I'd like to talk to you." The boy said nothing, but his eyes conveyed that you didn't look like that. "No, I'm just testing." Zun Zun didn't explain what he was testing. The truth was, just like the boar had attacked him, perhaps other mythical beasts would have sought him out, but Zun Zun hadn't done so proactively. Like Aqua's attraction to the undead, perhaps he too held a certain attraction to such beings. And the result? Whatever the circumstances, We've finally met, haven't we? Indeed, the boy nodded. And what do you want from me? I want to fight you. Erica tensed, blocking Zun Zun's path. She clearly wasn't particularly powerful, but she still took the initiative. Perhaps she sensed that the boy in front of her was unusual. However, the boy seemed to ignore her completely, no longer seeing her. I am a winner. Victory is always within my grasp. It is my nature. No matter what battle we encounter, no matter what enemy we face, my victory remains unshaken and unshakable. The boy spoke this arrogant declaration calmly, as if the sun rose in the east and set in the west, a natural thing. Zun Zun remained expressionless. The boy continued, that's why I've always wanted to experience defeat, but no one has ever been able to defeat me. But of course, as soon as I start a fight, I lose myself in it and become compulsively serious, as if to say he didn't know how to restrain himself. Then, the boy offered her an invitation. How about a game with me? Play with me for a while. Anything you're good at is fine. Of course not. Swimming, martial arts, duels of wits, horseback riding, it's all good. Oh, and I also played baseball and soccer. It was a lot of fun. Huh? Erica was stunned. He had expected a battle between mages, but it turned out to be a physical game that tested both wits and physical strength, leaving the tense knight speechless. Okay, I accept. Very well. It seems you're eager for battle as well. You are certainly an excellent warrior. The young man gave a bellicose smile. Please call me Great Mage. Thank you. Zun Zun took out a coin and said, although I'm quite skilled in other sports, my greatest reliance lies in my good luck. Good luck? Yes, I've been struck by meteorites twice. Is that good luck? The young man was speechless. Erica and he looked at Zun Zun with a what the hell are you talking about look on his face. Haha, that's what good luck is, Zun Zun chuckled. Never mind, that doesn't matter. Since you say you rely on good luck, I suppose you already know how to compete. Let's begin. Does that sound alright to you? Comparing victory to something as elusive as luck? Most people wouldn't accept that, right? I've said it before, I am the strongest. Whoever defeats all opponents, regardless of luck or anything, will emerge victorious. The young man continued his declaration of supremacy. Then, the two began to compete, tossing a coin. To maintain fairness, each player took turns tossing the coin, 10 times in total. While one player tossed the coin, the other player guessed. The winner won, while the other player lost. The young man offered to let Zun Zun toss all 10 times, giving him the initiative, but Zun Zun refused, citing fairness as a pretext. Girl, will you bear witness? True, Erica agreed. Upon tossing the coin, with both players calling heads and tails, Zun Zun began with 4 consecutive victories, seemingly on the verge of victory. But from that moment on, he quickly suffered another 4-game losing streak 4-4. I've never seen a fight like this. Erica was baffled by the two men's seemingly childish competition. Clearly, it was just a simple coin toss, but the eyes and expressions on both sides were serious, as if they were giving it their all. It was just a contest of luck, just luck. It's invisible, intangible, and unknown if it exists. It's something people always congratulate or complain about, good luck. It's just an offhand remark. No one would attribute everything to luck. As expected, you've recovered your luck so quickly, you're not bad yourself. You almost let me win. The stealth tactic is really effective, it's not stealth. Let's just say it's a fair fight. After the boy tossed the coin, Zun Zun said, heads, as if obeying his words. The coin bounced on the ground once, then settled, as if match fixing. The result was heads. Luck was finally on Zun Zun's side this time. Okay, Zun Zun's eyes flashed a deep red, a mocking smile on his face. He stared at the boy before him. 5-4, you can't beat me anymore. This was undoubtedly disdain toward the boy. After all, he had just declared himself the victor, and now he couldn't win. Wasn't that a slap in the face? However, the boy didn't get angry. Ho ha ho ha, he laughed, not with a faint smile from before, but with a ferocious laugh, as if he had seen something interesting and was excited to see the prey. It was the first time they had seen him laugh like this. An inexplicable aura of danger permeated the air, and both Erica and Zun Zun instinctively tensed their bodies. The boy hadn't attacked, but his aura made them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Zun Zun had only felt the great fighting spirit of her hardened warrior before him. Erica's legs weakened slightly, and she instinctively leaned against Zun Zun. The powerful aura dissipated, and her pale face finally relaxed. She felt as if a storm was brewing. Then, just before she reached her climax, it suddenly exploded. Erika's face paled again. She wanted to ask, is it really just a coin toss? Yes. Yes. Yes, the boy laughed heartily, his voice high and excited, as if declaring, I acknowledge you. I was right. You are a strong opponent, a worthy match for me. Yes, yes, then shall we continue the match? Of course. Faced with Zun Zun's question, the boy replied without hesitation, although you have already scored the crucial point, I have no intention of giving up victory. That is not what a warrior does. And, you haven't quite won yet. I see. Do you want a draw? Zun Zun nodded. If the score was 5-5, there would be no loser, and of course no winner. In the boy's eyes, the game wouldn't be considered lost. A mistake or something like that, it's really a game flaw. Then, the boy ignored all of that. He signaled with his eyes for Zun Zun to quickly take the last turn. Zun Zun picked up the coin from the ground and tossed it again. Tails. The boy chose tails decisively. But he didn't seem to have given the decision any thought, weighing it in the short time available. He seemed more like he had chosen randomly, just to annoy Zun Zun, out of spite. While tossing a coin depends on luck, it's not just about chance, technique and observation are also considered. However, the opponent seemed determined to use luck to achieve victory. He looked at him provocatively. Zun Zun would tell the boy that the Crimson Demons never fear provocation. Crown, activate. The waning crown made Zun Zun's cheeks twitch and his face turn pale. The boy on the other side also glared at him with a burning gaze, his robes fluttering. The two breezes collided, intensifying into a gale, a hurricane. The coin on the ground kept spinning, as if it would never stop. No, not until they both decided who the winner was. HAA. Chapter 440 The God of Disobedience. Zun Zun won. He didn't use the nauseating, conventional tactics of friendship, hard work, and bonds, nor did he resort to underhanded tricks like Sato Kazuma. Instead, he obtained this victory resoundingly, through a trial of luck. He wouldn't call it a shameful way of competing, but simply declared that a win is a win. He looked away. He expected the boy to go berserk, or perhaps get excited, and shout something like impossible, absolutely impossible, again. Unexpectedly, the boy's expression was calm, as if he wasn't the one who had shown the excitement earlier. The only difference was that he had a slightly dissatisfied look on his face, as if he were enjoying the battle. Although he claimed to be a born warrior, Zun Zun saw him as just a battle fanatic. Oh, your expression is really strange. Seeing him like this, Zun Zun's joy at victory faded considerably. I thought you might go crazy, or even scream with excitement, but I didn't expect you to be so calm. Don't you feel resentful? Very resentful. The boy didn't deny it, he even emphasized it. But I gave it my all. I didn't hold back or let anything go, so there's no room for regret. Even after giving it my all, I didn't win. It's my defeat. But, never mind, it's nothing. Why leave your sentence half finished? Nothing. He didn't offer a reason. However, Zun Zun understood that he had only defeated the boy, no, the boy who was one of Velaslana's clones. The boy had said he didn't know how to hold back, indicating that he would always give it his all. Of course, this applied to him as well. Although he was only a clone, he wouldn't make excuses. If it were Megumin, she would probably say something like, this isn't even my complete form. I have 10 more. Only when you defeat them all, and then my true self, can you truly win. The boy was probably feeling similarly resentful. Alright, after all, it was time for the winner's reward. Although the two of them hadn't asked for anything as a bet, the young man said, if you have any wishes, you can ask me for them as a reward for the winner. Then, Zun Zun ignored Erika's gaze, which was trying to probe the reason for the commotion, and instead demanded the answer he most wanted to know. The truth is, I can't find my way home. Do you know how to get back? Oh, a lost child? The young man looked at Zun Zun with some surprise. After observing him for a moment, he opened his eyes slightly, as if he had finally understood something. I didn't expect to be wrong. I thought you were a fellow countryman, but you weren't. No wonder you smelled strange, unlike those stubborn, rotten old men. That's why. As he spoke, Zun Zun seemed to understand the reason why the boar attacked him. Could it be that he considered himself a god, and that his belligerent nature had compelled him to treat it as an enemy and attack it? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was the case. because the boy in front of him had also declared his intention to fight him the moment they met. The two were essentially equals. So you know, or, sorry, I don't know, the boy shook his head. Zun Zun hadn't pinned his hopes on him, so he didn't show any obvious disappointment. But the boy didn't seem to consider it a reward, so he continued, I've lost my memory of the past. I don't know my name or my origins. But when I regain everything, I'll probably know something. Ask me then, okay, of course. I also hope to fight you again then, with all my might. As a warrior, okay, whether it was the former or the latter, Zun Zun nodded decisively. After all, the Crimson Demons wouldn't shy away from a provocation, not even if the opponent was a god. Then, the boy laughed. It's a shame you let him go like that, Erica said with some relief. She was now 100% certain that the boy was involved in this incident. Coupled with his promise to take everything back, his identity was clearly revealed. The god of disobedience, whether it was the wild boar from just now, or the camels, sheep, and cows that had appeared earlier, they were all part of the enemy. Why didn't you seize the opportunity to defeat him? Should I have? No, forget it, Erica shook her head. She was being too aggressive. It didn't matter whether Zun Zun could really win. Even if he did, he would still end up being blown away by the strong wind, leaving the streets in an even worse state. Having already suffered one disaster, a second was better. However, Erica had nothing to lose. At least she knew that Zun Zun wasn't the god of disobedience. After all, the young man who is clearly the god of disobedience had clearly stated that Zun Zun wasn't one of their compatriots. But who is that god? Yes, who is? It would be great if someone could contribute some information now, Zun Zun said mockingly, looking as if he was enjoying a good show. Erica was a knight dedicated to protecting this city, but both her methods and the way she used them were excessive and brutal. Although she had already accepted reality and controlled herself, her past actions couldn't be undone. Just as Zun Zun and Erica were about to leave, another man struggled out from where the boy had just appeared and asked, Excuse me, did you just see a young man? The one with medium-length black hair, ivory-colored skin, and a somewhat ragged robe? He's very handsome, so he should be easy to spot. As she continued speaking, Erica turned to look at Zun Zun. Now I believe in your luck. It's wonderful. She couldn't smile at all. Then, as if by magic, Erica manifested an ornate rapier in her hand and pointed it at the man, who raised his hands in the air, a little surprised. He was around the same age as Zun Zun, and while his appearance was ordinary, compared to Zun Zun, the boy, and Erica, he was wearing a simple shirt and pants. Perhaps because of the disaster, his entire body was black and tattered, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. Tell me, are you a magician, a priest, or an acolyte of some religion? Did you summon that god of disobedience? What is your purpose here? Come on, tell me everything, huh? Are you playing dumb? If you have a connection with the gods, you've heard of me, Erica Brandley, and Lionheart. I don't want to use my red and black skills to fight a minnow. Tell me everything you know, quickly, submissively, and efficiently. The rapier lashed out. Zun Zun should know that some people, even beaten down by reality, don't change in a short time, especially those much weaker than them. He gave Zun Zun a desperate look, but was frightened by Erica's new thrust. Erica puffed out her chest with pride. The rapier in her hand swung like the tail of an animal. Even someone completely unfamiliar with swordsmanship could perceive it as a preparatory movement for an attack. Only those who have reached a certain level of skill can achieve such a beautiful posture when holding the sword, stripped of all unnecessary elements. Such a graceful and imposing presence is not achieved through beauty alone. If you want, I can also prepare a sword for you. He took a step back, but the rapier followed close behind him. He seemed to have finally lost control. I don't understand what you're saying. God, magician, priest, etc. Please speak the language I know, okay? This low, aggrieved growl came from the Lebanese language, indicating that this person was a Libanite. Erica didn't fail to understand. But she merely smiled at the complaints, and suddenly reached out and grabbed the travel bag hanging from the other person's shoulder. Although Erica was a girl, the immense strength in her wrist was too much for an ordinary person to bear. After a brief struggle, the bag was snatched away. Then she took out a stone tablet from the backpack. It was B5 size, wrapped in purple cloth, and covered with impressive, albeit childish, drawings. Zun Zun could clearly see the immense magical power it contained. Without a doubt, it was a powerful magical item, almost comparable to a divine artifact. Seeing that Erica was about to snatch it away, he immediately cried out, "Wait, wait, this isn't mine. I brought it from Libyan to return it to its original owner." "The original owner? Someone in Sardinia?" "Yes, then who's the original owner?" "Why should I tell you?" The man held no affection for a girl who rudely and unreasonably snatched his things, even if she was a beautiful and dignified girl. "I'm slightly interested in the owner of this divine tool, which is in the possession of the group that summoned the god of disobedience." "Hurry, are you trying to get the sword to threaten you again? It would be wiser to confess everything while I can still maintain a lenient attitude." "Right, how lenient?" he grumbled, but under Erica's sharp gaze, he could only purse his lips and call out the name of the slate's original owner. It seems her name is Lucurasia Zola, and she lives in an inland place called Olina. I'm on my way to see her." "Lucurasia Zola? That witch from Sardinia? A small-time evil mage like you, planning to see her? That's suspicious." Erica was skeptical about this. "Yes. A witch." Zun Zun suddenly clapped his hands. "That witch might know how I can get back home. Let's go visit her." Chapter 441, 1 in a Billion Chance. "You and that boy met by chance, they have nothing to do with him. This slate also came into your hands by chance, and I came here specifically to return it. Do you think I would believe such a lie? If you're going to lie, tell the truth." "I'm not lying. It's all true, all accidental. It's none of my business if you don't believe me." In the station waiting room, 3 people were waiting for their train. Erica and Kusanagi Kato were arguing loudly, with neither of them willing to give in. Sitting on either side of a bench, Tsun, sitting in the middle, was forced to accept the argument. "I mean, I can accept that you two are so affectionate and want to communicate, but could you please be quiet for a moment?" Tsun asked helplessly. Kusanagi Kato quickly apologized. "Sorry to bother you, that guy is still lying, but arguing with such a rude gentleman is hardly ladylike." Erica, in turn, blamed him, which made Kusanagi Kato's impression of her even worse. Despite her dignified appearance, her bad personality would definitely lower her score. Even if Erica knew, she would sneer and arrogantly say, "I just do what I should do, I don't try to please anyone," or something like that. "Also, why did you have to come with me?" "Because I also want to visit that famous Sardinian witch, but I don't know where she lives." "So, am I causing you trouble?" No, it's nothing." Kusanagi Godao didn't seem to be embarrassed by Zun Zun's apologetic expression. Instead, he said, "I'm interested in what you'll do in your meeting with the other party, and I'm also interested in the power contained in this stone tablet. Besides, that boy might be able to contact you, so this is the best option. Go back." He was filled with disgust toward Erica. Kusanagi Godao was about to vehemently refuse when she replied, "Oh, if I used my sword, I could snatch the slate away from you right now. I'm not doing this because I'm gentle and chivalrous. Do you understand?" It was a subtle threat, both overt and covert. Considering the power disparity between them, he had no choice but to accept Erica's company. "But calling you a knight, is that just a chunibai or a job in an online game? You're treating me, the last descendant of the Knights Templar, like a chunibai, even comparing me to those games? It seems that not only are you unchivalrous, but you lack even basic manners. How pathetic." "I don't want those manners." The constantly ridiculed Kusanagi Godao was about to explode. If it weren't for the third person, Zun Zun, and the very real possibility of not being able to defeat Erica, he would have been furious. But it's not wrong to call it a game. Zun Zun. Kusanagi Kato was puzzled by the name Erica had given Zun Zun, his eyes asking, "Is that really a name?" "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zun Zun. Even if it seems strange to you, it's my real name. There's no doubt about it. My name is Kusanagi Kato, and I'm sorry, yours is probably a foreign one, and it's quite rare. Besides, you speak Lebanese very well, Erica Brauntree." The 3 of them gave their names hesitantly. Kusanagi Kato was a little puzzled by Zun Zun's strange name, but his good manners prevented him from asking too many questions. He simply assumed it was a foreign name, which made his intuition sigh. To ensure effective communication, Zun Zun chose to use Lebanese, and fortunately, Erica knew the language, allowing for smooth communication. By the way, he also knew Chinese and spoke it quite well. Let's get back to the topic, the night class in online games. Kusanagi Godao was a little confused, and after Erica shouted it's not an online game class, Zun Zun gave him a brief explanation. "What you just said, Godao, That the knight is a class in the online game is incorrect. To be precise, the relationship is the opposite. The online game classifies classes according to real life: knights, swordsmen, magicians, priests, and so on. Qual go Dao right off the bat. Huh? You don't think all the classes in the game are invented by others, do you? No. You should have studied a little history and know that the knight class existed in real life. Besides, you might think that magic doesn't exist in real life, but there are clear records of it in ancient times. Classes like sorcerers, mycos, and priests. Really, Kusanagi Godao was no idiot, and he immediately understood the meaning of Zun Zun. In other words, games are designed based on real life, even if there are some exaggerations to enhance the expressiveness of the game. But knights and magicians do exist in real life. But ordinary people can't discover it. In other words, it's knowledge of the other world, undiscoverable. Kusanagi Godao was lost in thought. He suddenly remembered the newspaper he had read that morning. It was clearly the wild boar wreaking havoc on the harbor, but the newspaper reported on natural disasters like tornadoes, things that ordinary people would be completely unaware of. Why are you telling me all this? Because you're already participating. You have the right to know. Also, I'm asking you to take me to see the witch, so this is a small reward? Zun Zun gave him a faint smile. Honestly, Kusanagi Godao preferred Zun Zun's personality to the arrogant Erika. If it were possible, I would prefer this trip to just the other two. Unfortunately. Now you know my origins? Don't you find that incredible? My perception of knights has been strangely shattered. After all, knights and stories are supposed to uphold the 8 virtues, but Erika completely shattered that initial humility. But why are you chasing after that guy? Kusanagi Godao was referring to the boy. Seeing the puzzled expressions, he continued, he's a strange person, but not a bad one. He was saving people at the port yesterday. No, it doesn't have to be that way. What, you saw the divine beast yesterday, right? That boy might have summoned it. If so, he's just cleaning up the mess he made. There's nothing admirable about that. It was Erika who answered. She had met the boy yesterday and knew he was going to claim his clone, so it was fairly safe to assume it was the god of disobedience causing the trouble. Kalia's boar, Botha's camel, or Soro's sheep, Bamini's cow. Divine beasts have been appearing everywhere lately, and that boy has been seen alongside them. Even if he isn't the mastermind, he could be a crucial witness, Erika said confidently. So, anything else you want to say? No. With that, Kusanagi Godao was completely defeated. But what kind of beings are gods? I still can't imagine them. As for that, to be honest, we can't say for sure if they are truly gods in the religious sense. However, some of the gods who appear rebel against the central mythology, becoming disobedient gods. Their unauthorized appearance brings disaster. And their mere presence can have a profound impact. Kusanagi Godao empathized deeply with this statement. The boar that wreaked havoc at the port, razing buildings and the land, its mere presence was already terrifying. So what should humans do when a god appears? The first option is to treat it like a disaster, like a storm or an earthquake. Endure it silently. Don't make a sound, simply pray for the god's mercy, or leave of your own accord. This is an approach completely dependent on the god. Although a little infuriating, it is far more effective than a futile struggle. Those affected yesterday are still living happily today, so it's no big deal. The second option is much simpler, defeat God. Is it possible? Of course not. Kusanagi Godao was shocked, and at the same time, he received an answer so outrageous it made him clench his fists like a fool being mocked. Erika, however, seemed to have her spine broken, and she suddenly lost her energy and spirit. She stared up at the blue sky with vacant eyes. Ordinary people can't do it, not even the highest level magicians. But very, very occasionally, with 3 or 4 miraculous blessings, there is a small chance. In other words, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. That alone isn't enough. It's not a miracle like a slave's child being born in a stable and eventually becoming a savior. No, even so, it might not be possible, unless, Erika looked at Zun Zun in the center of the bench, and Kusanagi Godao also looked at her, following the same line. Unless you've survived 2 meteorite impacts, or even achieved a fortunate victory over the god of disobedience, only then can you be certain. I say, this luck is extraordinary, one could say it's unique, right? That's right, but why are you looking at Zun Zun? As you guessed, this Zun Zun in front of you, of unknown origins, has already done this before. Kusanagi Godao looked at Zun Zun, who smiled, gave him a scissor sign, and lamented the unreasonableness of the world. This was already a level of luck beyond the ordinary. Something like that, it's not impossible, Godao. Zun Zun interrupted him before he could say anything. As the saying goes, geniuses are 1 in 10,000, but there are always those with even more talent than them. It's just a matter of adjusting the base figure a little. It's simple statistics. Whether it's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions, there will always be some. That means, the person in front of me is based on the entire world, 1 in a billion. Is that a tiny probability? Is it true? Chapter 442, A World Only God Can Know. As for luck, I'm sure I can't lose. Zun Zun's words made Kusanagi Kato secretly decide he would never gamble with him again. In fact, he was quite good at betting for family reasons, but even the best players couldn't beat the Luck King without cheating. That's right, Erica said, her arms crossed, as if she felt unfair. With limited strength, the luck factor is infinitely magnified, and only a few can pull it off. In such a situation, the third option is more realistic. The third option, if the opponent is a weaker deity, seal them. This was also the raison d'etre of the Shrine Maiden, the Knight, and the Magician, to reseal the deity when they could resist. And that, Erica said, looking at the backpack containing the stone tablet Kusanagi Kato was carrying, is probably a grimoire from the mythical age. I don't know what power it possesses, but, yes, it has a very powerful magical aura. Zun Zun nodded. You call it a grimoire, but it's not a book. In an age without paper, the gods created grimoires to convey their wisdom and divine power, and they took this form. In other words, what's important isn't the medium, but the words and the power within them. Gods are scary, haha, don't be so scary, Godao, Zun Zun. As for gods, it's fine if you don't worship them. After all, not all gods are devout. Some are lazy and idle all day, work part-time jobs and drink, and like to get drunk and show off their talents. They're simply useless. Hearing Zun Zun's words, Kusanagi Godao looked at Erica suspiciously. After all, she had just talked about how terrifying gods were, and Zun Zun told her that gods are actually very careless. You're talking about otherworldly gods, right? Otherworldly gods. Zun Zun's evasive reply made Erica roll her eyes and look at the stunned Kusanagi Godao. Now you know who has a Chunyabayao, right? Yes, even he had to admit that Erica was more reliable. Zun Zun shrugged helplessly. She was speaking the truth, but no one believed her. Come to think of it, we've been waiting for a long time, Gata, don't you know? Train delays in Italy are among the highest in the world. What? Kusanagi Godao clearly hadn't done his homework, and Erica took the opportunity to mock him. Zun Zun, if you're so lucky, could you make the train come right now? Who do you take me for, please? Yes, a train. Please, come right now. Suddenly, a din filled the waiting room, and in the distance, a train, steaming, was slowly approaching. Seeing the train, Kusanagi Godao stood up from the bench he had been sitting on for dozens of minutes and bowed to Zun Zun with his hands clasped. Please wish me a safe journey, please, don't wish me a safe journey. The scenery from the train was basically endless grasslands and a vast desert. The scenery along the way soon became boring. Zun Zun chatted with Kusanagi Godao. The topics were not about gods of disobedience, mythical beasts, knights, etc., but more common topics, such as clubs and love. Kusanagi Godao was in the baseball club and was originally a seated player. Unfortunately, he had to retire due to shoulder injury, forcing him to give up on the idea of becoming a professional baseball player. Arriving in Italy doesn't relieve him of the idea of relaxing. Zun Zun was in the calligraphy club in his previous life. Thanks to his beautiful calligraphy, he won many awards and was hailed as a rising star in the calligraphy world. But in his third year of high school, he had to take over family work, so he dropped out midway. Senior year of high school? You look only 14 or 15, so you already went to high school. Hey, I'm actually older than you think. Well, high school. Kusanagi Kato seemed to feel a strong loss for high school, as he could no longer play baseball. Although Tsubasa wanted to help him heal his shoulder injury, his water spirit was unwilling to help him. And, I don't want to, Erica refused flatly. She said she still didn't know Kusanagi Kato's true identity and wouldn't help him as long as she suspected him of being part of the evil magician's group. She didn't even share any food with him. While they were chatting, Erica approached the old woman on the other end and began chatting with her. Because they were speaking Italian, Tsubasa and Kusanagi couldn't understand what they were saying. But after a while, the old woman took out a large portion of food and gave him another. Tsubasa also received a portion, but Kusanagi received nothing. Zun Zun was about to give him some, but the stubborn Kusanagi angrily refused, eating the bread he had brought instead. This journey was unexpectedly difficult. Aside from China, the infrastructure elsewhere was terrible. They had left in the morning but arrived in Alina in the afternoon, leaving Kusanagi hungry and resentful. Despite his sarcastic comments, Erika decided to treat them to dinner. The three of them arrived at a restaurant with elegant interiors, dim lighting, and a sophisticated atmosphere. It was clearly a high-end restaurant. Erika had brought them there simply to prove she wasn't stingy. Then they began ordering. Erika took care of that as well. Zun Zun had no idea what he would be served, but as long as it was modern fare, he was fine with it. He just saw the corners of her lips twitch slightly after the pre-dinner drinks. I'm not bragging. My alcohol tolerance is so low that anyone would be shocked, so, we're going to have a duel. X2 Hey, you two. Erika and Kusanagi began their duel, oblivious to the crowd. Luckily, this was a high-end restaurant, and the rule was that drunk customers weren't allowed. Although they both held their alcohol well, it was only at Zun Zun's insistence that the match ended in a draw. The three of them were heading back. I didn't expect Zun Zun to be unable to drink. I'm surprised you can drink that much, Godao. And you're still underage, aren't you? This law doesn't apply in Italy. Well, he scratched his head awkwardly. After all, not everyone is like that, forcing their grandchildren and children to drink at 15 or 16, raising them to be heavy drinkers. Erika was also somewhat skeptical, muttering under her breath, I can't believe there's someone my age who can drink as much as I do. If it were Lily, she'd get drunk right away, and I would have tricked her, forgetting who Lily was. What was the point of trying to get someone drunk and then toying with them? Was it revenge? Kusanagi was incredibly grateful for his good alcohol tolerance. But this is also a chance for Erika to take you seriously. Godao, what do you mean? Aren't there those arrogant young ladies in video games? If you manage to surpass them at something, it's common to see them in another light. No, you just said this was in the game. He suddenly remembered the causal relationship Zun Zun had mentioned before. It existed in real life, so it appeared in the game. Thinking about it like this, perhaps he could use this to impress the other person. Is it the same with Zun Zun? What, you impressed that guy with your incredible luck? His arrogance definitely isn't directed at me alone, it definitely happens to everyone. But it doesn't seem like you've known each other for long, or that you're close. There must be something more, right? Well, who knows? Zun Zun smiled mysteriously. Kusanagi powers of observation were impressive. He had hit the nail on the head right away. He was truly trained. That night, the three of them stayed at a small inn. Since Kusanagi had no spare money and Erika wasn't willing to contribute, they could only live in a single room. But why am I staying with Erika? Because you, Zun Zun, don't have any money, and we can't get another room? No. As for the money, look, Zun Zun flipped his wrist, and several gold coins appeared in his palm. They were common coins, without any special markings. He had specially prepared them for emergencies. What era is this gold coin from? Just a common coin. Erika picked it up and examined it carefully. She didn't detect any magical aura, it was just a common coin. But forget that. This is just a remote village. If I take out the gold coin and cause a disturbance, I don't think I'd be hurt in a night attack. I'm just worried about the safety of others. Zun Zun was prepared for someone to attack in the dead of night, driven by greed, but Erika didn't want to deliberately cause trouble. Zun Zun's action seemed more like a covert operation, which wasn't good for chivalry. Also, what's wrong with sharing a room with me? Erika began to remove her clothes. Her speed was alarming. In the blink of an eye, she was left in only thin underwear. Even in the dimness, her fair skin was clearly visible. Her slender limbs and plump figure looked older than her age. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but she was bolder than during the day, her face slightly flushed and charming, with a disarming smile. Or would you rather sleep in the same room with that guy? I'd rather sleep with Godao. I'd rather go there. How bold. But no, that guy's identity is unknown, and I can't let you share a room with him. Are you afraid he'll hurt me? It's another matter. Erika walked gracefully towards Zun Zun, reaching out to caress his cheek, her mouth breathing softly in his ear. The truth is, I'm very interested in you, Zun Zun, and I've always wanted to ask you a ton of questions. Come on, since we're both girls, let's get along, since you say it like that, huh? Wait, a girl? Let's be clear, I'm a boy, a boy. He looked at Zun Zun's pants, the look of disbelief and contempt irritated him. Alright. I'll show you my Armstrong. What's wrong? No, normally someone would stop me in this situation, but now that no one's around, I feel a little awkward. His pants accidentally fell down. The next instant, a girl's scream was heard in the room. Chapter 443, Does appearance or magic matter more? That is the question. Listen to me, Godao. What? I was wrong when I said that as long as I had a special ability, Erica would look me in the eye. I already have a special ability, yet I'm still treated like this. Well, ha ha ha. Kusanagi Godao looked at Erica, who seemed to be sulking in the seat behind him, at a loss for words, and could only face it with an awkward smile. The commotion last night, as expected, caught everyone's attention. Especially Kusanagi Godao, who thought a god or a mythical beast had appeared again. He was so frightened that he quickly ran back to his room, and then discovered Zun Zun's true identity. He felt a mixture of emotions. But the shock he felt was far less than that of Erica, who had verified his identity. And the other person was a girl. I don't think the problem lies with me. In the end, that guy was drunk and groped me. I'm the victim, don't you think, Godao? Indeed, if someone had to point out the cause, it would be Erica's fault. After all, when booking the room, Zun Zun had clearly requested a private room, but Erica had forced him back to hers, claiming that she didn't know his identity and had no money. Meanwhile, Kusanagi Godao felt a slight relief. Zun Zun had said he wanted to share a room with him, and the shock was so strong that he was stunned. If that had been the case, he might have. No, it's fine. It's just... No, it's true. I'm a gentleman, I wouldn't let something so insignificant. With a sizzle, Erica plunged her fork into the sausage in front of her. Kusanagi Godao couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Zun Zun, who was enjoying his breakfast with a delightful expression, and inwardly marveled at her generosity. The three of them ate breakfast with varied expressions. And with that, their perilous journey began. Since it's such a small village, finding Miss Leclage's house shouldn't be too difficult. But I'm a little worried about not telling her sooner. It's no problem. My old friend's grandson is visiting, and as an elder, I'll forgive you. I hope so. Kusanagi Godao spread out the village map and began searching for the witch's house. Along the way, Zun Zun asked for directions in fluent English, and the locals kindly pointed him in the right direction. After about an hour, they arrived at their destination. Incidentally, Erica didn't offer any help along the way, she just continued on in a bad mood. Lecrasia Zola's house was nestled near the forest on the outskirts of the village. The stone house in the small courtyard exuded a distinctly ancient feel. With no other houses nearby, there was a deeply lonely atmosphere. The witch's house, although it was a small house, its exterior lived up to its name. Glancing toward the courtyard, he noticed weeds growing uncontrollably. He wondered if she had no interest in gardening or if she simply couldn't be bothered to tidy up. Kusanagi Godao walked over and rang the doorbell. After a moment of waiting, there was no reply. Is she out? Wait here for her until she comes back. Suddenly, there was a heavy creaking sound, and the door opened automatically. Kusanagi Godao stared in disbelief at the ancient, definitely not automatic, wooden door, clearly puzzled why it had opened with no one in front of or behind it. It's just an ordinary magic trick. Yes, he still hadn't grasped the idea. Meanwhile, Zun Zun had already entered the courtyard. A black cat was waiting for them at the entrance. As soon as it saw Zun Zun, it launched itself toward them. Instinctively, he caught the black kitten flying toward him. With its slender, graceful body and soft fur. If Momonosuke and Kuro were adorable, this black kitten was more mature. Oh, it's a cat. Kusanagi Godao reached out to stroke the black cat's head, but it quickly dodged, looking as if it didn't want to be touched. Not at all adorable, you, meow. The black cat gently scratched Zun Zun's arm, then reached out and pointed toward the back of the room, a very human gesture, as if signaling them to come in. Is it telling us to come in? Of course, it's a cat's familiar, even you can understand something so classical, right? In a playful way, Kusanagi Godao, after being prodded by Erica, pursed his lips. He had seen this, of course, but he didn't want to admit it. You too, Hurry up and follow us. Zun Zun was already waiting for them at the door, and he took the lead and walked in. Even Kusanagi Godao couldn't help but admire him. It was clearly a witch's house, and witches, whether in anime, novels, or video games, should be terrifying beings, but he didn't look scared at all. He soon realized he was wrong. Witches are incredibly attractive women, and young beauties, at that. The woman in front of him, wearing lingerie, greeted him while lying on the bed. Her vacant gaze radiated incredible charm, and her long blonde hair was truly beautiful. The room, however, was quite messy and filled with the scent of herbs. This resonated with the witches he had imagined, who kept dried pots of simmering herbs in their rooms. "Oh, young man, are you mesmerized by what I see?" The young woman stood up with difficulty, covering her bed with her hands. "What is it?" This seems too stimulating for a young man. "Something's been bothering me lately, so I can't get out of bed." "And you're quite happy on the inside, aren't you?" "Most men are like that." A hint of mockery loomed in her empty eyes, like a sinister older sister mocking an innocent child. Kusanagi Kato was more concerned with something else. "Excuse me, are you Lucrezia Zola?" "Ah, yes. You're Kusanagi Kato, right? Ichiro already told me the reason for this and about his grandson coming in the mail I sent you, so I was expecting you." Kusanagi Kato suddenly let out a scream similar to Erika's last night, holding her head in her hands with a look of disbelief. What happened to her? She's suffered a setback in life, hasn't she? It's like, is it enough to be pretty, or is there a hint of decadence in magic? What's more important, appearance or magic? What are you talking about? Life philosophy. Zun Zun spoke seriously. The witch smiled awkwardly, but Erika had already gotten used to it. "Now that I think about it, that child really wants to stay with you." "Yes, it's my nature, isn't it?" Meow. Zun Zun scratched the kitten's chin in his arms, and it purred comfortably. "That child clearly won't go near anyone but me, and yet you're treated so, huh?" Leclacia's expression was a little puzzled. "Who are you, my lord?" "I'm from another world. Your eyes probably can't see my origins, so don't delve any further into it. This feeling of being naked irritates me a bit, sorry, but as compensation, I can let you see my body, how you undress me yourself." Bang! After finishing speaking, Erika knocked the table with a deafening sound, waking Kusanagi Godao from his astonishment. "I am Erika Brauntree, Grand Knight of the Red Copper Black Cross, and I travel with them for various reasons, Lord Poil's niece. I've heard of you several times." "I didn't expect you to be so quick." The witch's lips curved into a devilish smile. Meanwhile, Kusanagi Godao, finally calmed, took the slate out of his bag and handed it to her. "Anyway, first of all, this was originally meant to be given to me by my grandfather. It's an item left behind by Miss Lucrezia in Liban. Please accept it." A chained man was depicted on the stone slab. "The Book of Prometheus. As expected, I found it deep in the Caucasus Mountains a long time ago. I miss it very much. Lady, may I ask you a few questions?" "It's fine to call me by my name. I would prefer it if you addressed a young beauty like me by my name." "Then, Lady Erika, why did you come with me?" The witch looked at her with a burning gaze. Erika also looked at her with a burning gaze. Indeed, someone associated with a god of disobedience who appeared this time has had contact with this fellow. He also possesses a grimoire from the mythic age. Perhaps due to the circumstances of this incident, I suspect he might have ill intentions upon meeting her. Erika sighed deeply. "But judging from what just happened, is it true that this fellow is your friend's grandson? Does that mean he really did end up in Sardinia by chance, and that he obtained this grimoire by chance?" "That's pretty much it. His grandfather was a scholar, an ordinary person with no connection to magic, gods, or knights." "How is that possible?" After hearing Lucrecia's explanation, the girl shrugged in disappointment, as if resigned to her own error in judgment. "It is truly inappropriate to waste such a valuable event on such an insignificant person. Let's be clear, I have never lied to you." At that moment, Kusanagi Godao finally proved his innocence. "Don't be discouraged, Miss Erika," Lucrezia said with a smile. "If you're looking for information about the god of disobedience, you've made the right choice to come to me. I'll tell you as compensation for your special trip. Do you know who the god is this time?" "I guess so. But before that," the witch looked at the red-eyed, black-haired boy who was stroking a black cat and asked, "You?" Zun Zun seems to be an irrelevant person. "You also seem to be interested in the god of disobedience. So, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Yes, I want to ask what I should do to return home." Zun Zun said with slightly red eyes. Chapter 444 Kusanagi Godao Idiot Erica. Chapter 444, Kusanagi Godao equals idiot equals how can Erica return home? To most, this would be a confusing question. After all, even someone like Kusanagi Godao, who doesn't speak the language, only took a short time to arrive in Italy and see the witch. If he knew the way home, he shouldn't be unable to return. But in fact, Zun Zun was asking about the way home, or rather, how to set foot on that road. If that's the case, Kusanagi Godao stared at him with wide eyes. Isn't this other world that Zun Zun spoke of a lie? Why are you so surprised? Didn't I tell you I'm from another world? I've never lied to you about that, no, that, just understand it through games. The other fantasy worlds exist, and the games that appear in this world are inspired by other worlds. What do you think? Is that okay with you? No, that's not the question. Kusanagi Godao had only just begun his encounter with gods, magicians, and the like. Normally, otherworldly concepts would appear later, or at the end. Stating such an exaggerated premise right from the start is a huge mistake in anime or novels. Or was it just weird? Kusanagi Godao looked at Erica, noticing that she was also looking at Zun Zun in amazement. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why he had such thoughts, but if someone who claimed to be a great knight, someone who knew everything about gods and magicians, treated them like this, didn't that mean they were no different? Kusanagi Godao equals idiot equals Erica. The equation held. After hearing Zun Zun's plea, Laclacia fell into deep thought. She pondered for a long time, and just as everyone was wondering if she had fallen asleep, the witch helplessly shook her head. Sorry, I can't think of any other solution other than the underworld. As expected, Zun Zun didn't seem excited or disappointed. He seemed calm, as if he had known this outcome all along. The underworld, Erica frowned and said in a cold voice, that's impossible. Except for the dead, anyone who enters will be lost. If they're not careful, they'll die and will never be able to escape from there. Hearing the new term, Kusanagi Godao didn't know where it was, but it seemed like a very dangerous place. If it comes to that, I'll have to try it. Zun Zun scratched his head and continued, by the way, how about I ask Lady Aisha for help? Lady Aisha, X2W what? What's wrong with Lady Aisha? Laclacia and Erica looked embarrassed, making Kusanagi Godao feel bad about the name. Speaking of which, he, an ordinary person, had been unable to participate in the conversation for a moment now, which greatly infuriated the people. As if explaining something to Kusanagi Godao, Laclacia said gently, although Lady Aisha possesses a similar power, her timing is unpredictable and, she often causes quite a bit of trouble. In fact, there was one a while back. Erica's expression was grim. It seemed that Lady Aisha was a walking, mobile source of trouble. Fairy Corridor, this was one of Lady Aisha's powers, granting access to the afterlife or past worlds, but not the future. Zun Zun intended to return to the past world, when he arrived in this one, while the passageway still existed. Even if that didn't work, he could ask her for help in opening the passageway to the afterlife. Besides, Lady Aisha was the most approachable of the other godslayers, so if he asked her, she would probably be doing him a favor. The problem was, they couldn't find her. But it's amazing that you know Lady Aisha's name, even though she's clearly from another world. Erica looked at Zun Zun with eagle eyes. Why do you know her? Can you explain? Because I'm a fortune teller. What? As Miss Laclacia, who possesses clairvoyance, I can also glimpse into the future. Zun Zun's eyes glittered slightly as he spoke. Clairvoyance is the ability to see information from the gods and events in the distant future. It is a rare and valuable ability, accessible only to exceptional catalysts, mycos or witches. Zun Zun certainly doesn't possess it, but his slightly glowing red eyes can be used as a disguise. No wonder, clairvoyance? What's that? I see. With the exception of Kusanagi Godao, who was puzzled, the other two nodded. After all, clairvoyance can reveal things that many people know. So you know that the gods are pulling your leg. What? You don't know? Laclacia looked confused, as if asking, why don't you know something so obvious? But Zun Zun didn't remember being targeted by the gods. That's right, yes, that's true. Zun Zun and Erica nodded simultaneously. Now it was Laclacia's turn to be confused, as Zun Zun recounted a time he had fought against the gods of disobedience, or rather, some young men, in a game of chance. And, the result, 5 wins, 1 draw, 4 losses, 1 narrow victory. The witch's eyes widened slightly. She looked at Erica and, after receiving a slight nod, hesitated for a long moment before reluctantly handing the slate to Zun Zun. What is this? I want to take a chance. Zun Zun didn't take advantage of her, but instead looked at her to ask about her reasoning. The witch gritted her teeth and said, originally, I intended to wait for Lord Sarbuter to arrive before handing him the slate, so that he could use it effectively. That was my original plan, so, didn't I tell you? I want to take a chance on you. The beauty shot him a flirtatious glance. While any ordinary young woman would feel utterly defeated by just that glance, Zun Zun's words weren't as calm as they seemed. So you want me to subjugate the gods? Yes. I want to take a chance on you, whom the god of disobedience considers an adversary. See if you can truly bring me good fortune. Luck trumps hard work. Though it may sound painful, given their limited strength, even the highest-ranking mage is powerless against the god of disobedience, so they can only place their hopes on the ephemeral power of luck. Indeed, it is impossible to achieve anything short of a miracle, such as the child of a slave born in a stable becoming a savior. Alright, I'll live up to your expectations. Zun Zun grabbed the slate. He wasn't one to back down, and since this slate would increase his chances of defeating the god of disobedience, he naturally wouldn't hand it over. Wait, Kusanagi Godao cried in disbelief. He quickly stepped forward and said, Zun Zun, you're really going to do this? What, Godao? Can't bear to part with the slate? I'll give it to you. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, do you really want to fight a god or a divine beast? It's too dangerous, and you can't do it. His eyes were filled with worry. He was genuinely worried that Zun Zun would challenge the god of disobedience. Although Kusanagi Godao had never seen the god of disobedience, he knew from the giant boar wreaking havoc at the port that he was no match for anyone ordinary. But I'm sorry, Godao, even if Sun Kun refuses, it won't work, because he's already been marked by the gods. Like marking a favorite object, Sun Kun has been considered a formidable rival ever since his narrow victory over the youth. In other words, even if I flee this island now, the god of disobedience will come to challenge me. How is it possible? Kusanagi Godao's eyes widened in disbelief. To anyone else, this statement would be like a death sentence. Why do you say that? Sun Kun patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Godao, haven't you heard that when you encounter a bear, you shouldn't run away, but rather charge at it and hit it with all your might, because that way you die with dignity? Of course, I was joking. In fact, I have a chance of winning. I want to help too. Why, do I need to ask? Because we're friends. Friends? This statement left Sun Kun speechless for a moment. As expected of someone who makes friends easily. It's very typical of Ichiro. How can it be, Miss Laclachia? You're joking. Kusanagi Godao scratched his head awkwardly. Erica snorted, I'm just a little overconfident. Will you shut up? She rolled her eyes again. Well, Laclachia smiled and said, it's my turn to tell you about the gods. The three of them then learned about the two disobedient gods who had caused unrest in Sardinia. One was the god King Baal. The other pillar's true identity is unknown, but he's probably a sword god from Persia or India, as his clones include vultures and eagles. It's Velaslana. Could that be him? Indeed, the boar, the camel, the sheep, and the cow. If we add the sword and the young man, he does have a strong connection to the legendary Eastern god of war, Velaslana. Your clairvoyance is extraordinary, Zun Zun. I suppose Zun Zun simply knew the answer in advance, so he wasn't content with praise. Then they began planning how to defeat or expel the god on this contest. If Zun Zun was the target, he would most likely face Velaslana, leaving the other god, the god King Baal, in Kusanagi Godao's hands. To suddenly have to fight a god king, that is the price of being a hero. Please say I'm risking my life for a friend. Kusanagi Godao's pale face broke into a forced smile. It seemed that he had been too reckless this time. Chapter 445 The War is Coming. To my friend, Kusanagi Godao awkwardly covered his face, finally letting out a deep sigh. He had said it coldly, but what was he supposed to do now? Why are you suddenly sighing? Are you afraid? Trying to escape, you? He glanced at Erica beside him. She had been against him ever since they met, still arrogant even after resolving the misunderstanding. He knew it was impossible to force someone so proud to admit their mistake, but Erica's attitude didn't change. Kusanagi Godao felt like he had been implicated. After all, a coward who boasted about his wealth and then got scared, that's one thing, but this other one is like this. The girl gritted her teeth and stared blankly toward a room. The problem wasn't the door, which had been closed for a while, but the two young women standing in the room, one, a short, handsome boy, the other, a mature, charming woman. Perhaps a small horse pulling a large cart, a small horse pulling a large cart, a small horse pulling a large cart, or something like that. Kusanagi Godao was led astray. Rikumato had a strange fascination with this culture, and the occasional inexplicable moans emanating from the room were quite stimulating. This is before the war, a battle against the god of disobedience, and yet, Erica trembled with anger. "What is it, miss? Are you jealous?" At that moment, the door opened, and a strange, sweet fragrance filled the room. Immediately afterward, an elegant, mature beauty leaned against the door, her clothes slightly damp, perhaps from sweat or something similar. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her half-closed eyes shone with a smile, and a seductive aura washed over her. Kusanagi Godao quickly lowered his head, unwilling to look. The beauty, Laclatia, smiled provocatively at Erica, saying, "That boy has excellent skills. You have no shame." There was a click. The crystal glass, crushed by Erica's weight, shattered with a crash, spilling juice over her hands. "Don't say such deceitful things. And don't block the door." Rukalasia was roughly pulled aside, letting out a charming exclamation. Zun Zun stepped out of the room. "I'm just healing you, aren't I, really? I'm still so young and beautiful, am I really not charming?" The witch stroked her smooth cheek. Zun Zun appeared before them, immaculately dressed. A ball of blue light swirled around him, eventually merging with his crown. Erica was stunned. She remembered. During the battle with the boar, when she was injured and fainted, it was this blue light that healed her. Then, "You lied to me, witch, you're overthinking it." The two women exchanged harsh words. Zun Zun sat next to Kusanagi Godao and scanned the information about the god King Baal before him. "Is it over?" Something like that. Laclatia's aura, caught in the battle between the gods of disobedience, used magic that surpassed her ability to protect herself on the battlefield, completely draining her magical power. She will need approximately 3 months to recover. As a result, she is temporarily unable to use large-scale magic, or even move her body. Zun Zun's immortal essence, which effectively cures such problems, has been of little help. But this, who do you think this is for, Godao, eh? Kusanagi Godao had announced that he was heading to the battlefield, where he would face the gods of disobedience. As an ordinary person, he could be caught and killed if he wasn't careful. So they needed to bolster their forces. Laclatia, the powerful witch, was the perfect choice. "So, have you discovered the information about the two pillars?" "I've memorized it, for now. Not bad for such a short time. My grades in humanities are quite good." Being good at humanities means having a good memory, capable of memorizing things quickly. Memorizing the two pillars is a precaution against unforeseen events on the battlefield. Kusanagi Godao seemed eager to spring into action, his body trembling slightly, not from fear, but from excitement, as if he were holding back for a moment. Just as the boy had said, he was a warrior. "It seems Godao is ready. So, we should set off as well." Set off. Zun Zun looked out the window, and Kusanagi Godao imitated him, only to notice that the sky had suddenly turned gloomy. Gray clouds soon appeared, covering it like a dense curtain. "Does it rain?" "It hardly rains in Sardinia, Godao, because it's on the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean climate is warm, dry, and rarely rainy. Sardinia, nestled right in the Mediterranean, is naturally located in this region." That means, that's right. Just as Godao thought, when unusual phenomena occur, there's a high probability that the god of disobedience will appear. As Zun Zun finished speaking, lightning and thunder roared outside the window. At some point, Erica stopped arguing with Laclatia and looked out the window with a serious expression. "Here it comes," she exclaimed, and immediately, raindrops hit the window. It started to rain, and it was a storm. Without warning, the storm struck. And not only that. A giant four-legged beast, a mountain goat, was slowly soaring through the storm. Like a celestial dragon circling the sky, a gigantic goat, without feathers or wings, danced through the sky, trailing wind, clouds, rain, and thunder. Due to its distance, its exact size was unknown. Even so, it was certainly no smaller than the enormous boar they had seen, with its white fur and two long horns radiating from its head. "Ah!" the goat roared in a high-pitched voice, and a violent wind suddenly arose. Another roar, this time thunder and lightning, struck the earth. Zun Zun, Erica, and Laclachia stared at the goat with solemn expressions. Kusanagi Godao, with a dazed expression, observed the goat's heroic form. Is that also a copy of Velaslana? Indeed. Seeing the divine beast again, are you so afraid that you want to run away? How is that possible? What's more, I'm looking forward to it more and more each time. The sky was gloomy and eerie, making it almost impossible to see the light in the room. But now, a flash of lightning illuminated his face, revealing a sinister smile. Excellent, then, let's go. At some point, Erica took out her cell phone and called someone. Unlike the ancient humans, who were helpless after being slightly affected by a storm, the powerful tools of modern civilization were invaluable. The four of them got out and found a red sedan in front of them, accompanied by a girl dressed as a maid. Eliana, you're here? Yes. As Miss Erica's assistant and servant, I'm here to serve you. She's an apprentice witch of the Copper Black Cross. We found her because of her excellent driving skills. We'll talk about other things later. Eliana, take us to the place where the gods appeared. Yes. Leave it to me. Without giving them time to introduce themselves, they quickly got into the red car. Erica, by the way, was standing on the roof. It was probably a warning, ready to respond at any moment. Everyone, please fasten your seatbelts. So, Zun Zun, who was sitting in the front seat, saw a gleam in Eliana's eyes as she drove. He quickly shifted gears with a joystick, turned the steering wheel, and performed a 180-degree drift. I said Erica said you're a good driver, don't worry, we'll definitely give you a ride. No, that's not the point, is it? Come on, let the madness begin. The maid slammed the accelerator to the floor, and with Kusanagi Godao's childish scream, the red car shot out like a sword. True to her words, it was madness. As everyone drove away from the center of the storm, only one car rushed toward it. Terrifying screams, astonished cries, and frantic commotion echoed through the storm. The wind hurled light objects like wood and cloth into the sky. Lightning flashed briefly in the dark, cloudy sky, and bolts of lightning scorched the ground and destroyed buildings. Kusanagi Godao pursed his lips as he watched the chaos unfolding in the village. Don't be distracted, Godao, but, through the rearview mirror, he saw Zun Zun's red eyes. The most urgent task is to deal with the god of disobedience. Just as when a fire is burning, we should not concern ourselves with a rioting crowd, but rather control the spread of the flames. These matters are not our concern. Does that make us firefighters? That's true, I understand. Then they fell silent. Laclacia said nothing, merely gently held his hand, while the maid, Eliana, continued to accelerate. Just then, a crash was heard. A bolt of lightning struck nearby. Everyone leaned out of their windows. Suddenly, a giant goat began to fly low, dodging the lightning, a black bolt of lightning, from the sky. Ooh, the goat in the sky howled in pain and fell to the ground with a roar after being hit by the continuous bombardment. Was the commotion over? So easy? Just as they were confused, a huge black shadow enveloped them. Looking up, they saw a giant phoenix hovering above their heads. It stirred up a fierce wind, attempting to drag the goat off the ground. Without a doubt, it was the wind god's true form. But at that instant, a golden sword silently appeared, shattering the raging wind. The goat, caught on the gust of wind, was slashed in two by the sword, and the golden sword, undaunted, pierced the phoenix's heart, which had no time to dodge. What? To everyone's astonishment, the goat and phoenix transformed into light and merged into the golden sword, disappearing into the distance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 I am the strongest and I have all the victories in my hands. The all-conquering divine sword killed the goats and phoenixes that had been wreaking havoc in the city. This was undoubtedly a relief, but both Erica and Laclachia expressed solemnity and concern. This is the ninth, including that young man, the incarnations of the invincible Eastern war god, the boar, the strong wind, the camel, the ram, the ox, the white horse, in addition to the goat, the phoenix, and the golden sword, all 9 had appeared. Added to that were the pretentious young man's words about recovering all his clones. This meant that the other side, Vilslana, had returned to her prime. Although not completely, it was close. If she had left, it would have been fine, But the current situation was. Everyone looked ahead. Dark clouds covered the island, thunder and lightning flashed, and magical energy continued to accumulate. A tremendous pressure emanated from there, and the tense atmosphere extended for several kilometers, making everyone's hearts race. "Are you sure you won't give up yet?" Erica whispered softly from the roof of the car. They knew in advance that a battle between the gods of disobedience wouldn't end easily. When the invincible god of war recovered all his incarnations, it would be time for the second round of battle. "Ariana." "Yes, miss, I'm going to accelerate again." The car, probably modified, was already flying, and suddenly accelerated even more. In just 15 minutes, they arrived at the coast. The first thing they saw was a giant, a middle-aged man with a messy head of hair, probably uncut, and a striking beard that completely covered the lower half of his face. He had a savage appearance, about 20 meters tall. His muscles were well-toned. His body was majestic, powerful, and divine. Although he was dressed in coarse clothes, with dirty rags, a leather breastplate over his chest, and a tattered cloak over his body, he exuded an awe that made anyone want to kneel. The god King Baal. No, on this island, he should be called Mercator. That's. Erica's voice trembled slightly, a hint of fear flickered across her handsome features. The moment she saw him, her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. No one mocked her, no one ridiculed her, for he was truly terrifying. He was a king. The king of kings, the king of gods. He ruled the heavens, even destroying the world and humanity would be permitted. Absolute power, his aura alone made everyone want to kneel and submit. Erica knelt slightly. Despair filled her face, as she finally understood the gap that separated her from the god of disobedience, a gap 100 times greater than that which separated an ordinary person from a genius. The genius witch's pride was completely shattered, and the mere sight of it shattered even the idea of resistance. Unlike a divine beast, a true god of disobedience was far more powerful and intimidating. He was so defeated that he couldn't even threaten to speak. No, he didn't dare. He felt humiliated, powerless, and filled with anger at himself. Erica's splendor stemmed from an unwavering confidence in her own talents, strengths, and accomplishments. When these were shattered or she stumbled upon something unattainable, she naturally fell from the altar, becoming an ordinary person. In the end, she hadn't even ascended the altar. No, she couldn't even touch it. She could only look up from below, just like Kusanagi Godao beside her, both subject to casual squashing like insects. Then, a hand rested on her shoulder. It was Zun Zun. He said nothing, his face remaining serene, but his crimson eyes shone with a captivating intensity, as if revealing his own convictions. For some reason, Erica suddenly calmed down, straightening. She held her head high and smiled the confident smile of a lioness. Then, with a crack, a fierce bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking God King Mercator with ferocious force, as if asserting his own presence. The terrifying pressure was impossible to ignore, even compared to the God King's 20-meter majesty. He seemed dwarfed. Young man. Velaslana, floating in the air was a young man connecting them, but something didn't add up. Slender and not very tall, he had a formidable presence. His delicate face didn't seem human, but a mere imitation of a human, a work of art even more captivating than a human. It was no wonder Erica distrusted Zun Zun from the start, for the gods almost always possessed impeccably attractive features, involuntarily captivating them. Just then, an enormous club descended from the sky, ready to slam into the young man's body. A single blow would surely shatter her slender figure once more. Please wait, a red magic circle appeared between them. It was Erica. She had inadvertently gripped a shield in her hand and, at the same time, shouted, "I have a rude request. Would you please stop fighting, insolent witch?" The God King snorted, forcing Erica back. "This place has become the stage for our duel. Surrender, human." The voice was deafening, a declaration difficult to refuse. The young man looked in his direction as well, but his gaze first fell on Zun Zun and Kusanagi Godao. He shouted, "I warn you, you are only human. Do not interfere in our war. The same goes for those witches over there. Although they possess some knowledge of the demonic arts, they are far inferior to our power. The paths of humans and gods can never cross." As if speaking something definitive, the outcome was sealed from that moment on. "But it's not impossible. Is it?" Zun Zun took a step forward. His medium-length black hair waved, his robes billowed. His expressionless face was enveloped by a pair of crimson eyes, fixed on the two disobedient gods above. They were the eyes of a beast stalking its prey. If it truly couldn't be done, there wouldn't be a godslayer, would there? These light words were laden with the weight. They were contempt, disdain, hostility. Without a doubt, they were the most humiliating words, the most infuriating mockery, the cruelest curse. To the gods, the existence of a godslayer was the most unacceptable usurpation of power. And yet, ha ha, the young man was the first to burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with joy, as if filled with immense admiration. He laughed and said, "Not bad. Really not bad. I wasn't wrong about you. You are a warrior, one of the purest. Please call me Great Mage," the Lord said calmly. The God King, however, wasn't as tolerant as the young man. He snorted angrily, a little offended. "How dare you say that, and in front of me, the king of the gods? That's sheer presumption. You deserve to be punished. Only a few fools could achieve that, most are just wishful thinking. Do you really think you can do it? Unfortunately, I rely quite a bit on my luck." Zun Zun touched his crown. "Also, God King, your opponent is not me, but," he looked at Kusanagi Godao, who was trembling slightly beside him. This was undoubtedly another humiliation for the God King. If it were you, you would barely qualify, but you. Divine punishment. With a roar, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky, demonstrating divine majesty, ready to strike down the offending Zun Zun. However, it was blocked by a golden sword, or rather, severed. "Don't be so angry, God King. Treat it as pre-battle entertainment, or should I say," the youth challenged. Unexpectedly, Kusanagi Godao suddenly cried out, "What is it, God King? Are you afraid of a mere mortal like me?" "What the?" The God King was stunned. Not even Zun Zun expected that he would dare to challenge him like this. Kusanagi Godao smiled wryly and said, "Didn't you tell me, Zun Zun, that when facing a powerful opponent, I must first say something sternly? Then I can die with dignity, even though you did say that." Zun Zun laughed foolishly. Then he placed a stone tablet in her arms. You need it more than I do, Godao. Let Laclachia teach you how to use it. After all, she is the original owner. Don't worry, you will win. I have already seen that future. Oh. Leave it to me." Kusanagi Godao, holding the stone tablet, rushed to the other side with Laclachia. With her provocative words, she managed to draw the God King away. "Erica, you too, I'm staying here." As if anticipating what Zun Zun would say, Erica spoke first, even repeating it. "I'm staying here. Because, compared to that guy, this side seems to have a better chance of defeating the god of disobedience. As a witness, I want this engraved in my mind, if you wish." Zun Zun didn't stop the stubborn girl. "Hey, are you done talking? Thank you for your kindness, we're done." In the sky, the young man waited attentively for them to discuss their battle plan, demonstrating his confidence, his own strength. Indeed. Unlike their first encounter, the young man now. Velislana had recovered all her avatars, including the white horse. Zun Zun could clearly see that her magic power hadn't increased from 1 to 10, but had reached 100. Just like the level of magic that increases with that of immortal spirits, the young man was different from before. "Tell me, do you remember our agreement? What are you talking about?" "I don't remember reaching an agreement with you," the young man seemed to have forgotten. However, Zun Zun didn't say much, just continued on alone. "That time, I certainly defeated you with luck, but I also used the power of the crown. Sure, you can use the crown as my own power as an excuse, but back then, you weren't all it was. In other words, you weren't completely defeated." "What are you trying to say?" "What I'm trying to say is, this time, I will definitely defeat you. With force." This answer seemed to satisfy the young man, and a ferocious smile crossed his handsome face. Zun Zun smiled back at him. "A man, a god," spoke in unison. We am the strongest. I hold all victory in my hands. Whether it be humans or demons, I will defeat all enemies with all my might. I will crush any enemy that stands in my way." X2 He was going to kill the gods. And then he said this with dignity. Chapter 447 Quick and Slow Knife. The young man, Velislana, stood proudly in the sky, his lips slightly curved as he gazed down at Zun Zun on earth with a confident expression. Although he possessed 10 avatars, his current form was the most normal. Not just human, but also that of a 15-year-old boy. To restore order to this chaotic world, which his master had ordered him to wipe out the disobedient gods, he preferred to take on the appearance of a child. A glorious 15-year-old. In the doctrine he upheld, This symbolized heroism and victory. Do you want me to attack first? Zun Zun licked his chapped lips. Vilslana now embodied the invincibility of his 10 avatars, the natural state of a deity. But his arrogance was infuriating. Saber Light, a swift bolt of lightning, at a treacherous angle, launched itself at the god in the sky. This was Zun Zun's specialty, both in power and speed, unmatched. Although it couldn't compete with explosive magic, it was perfect for an opening ceremony. However, a flash of disappointment crossed the eyes of the god high in the sky. He didn't even attempt to dodge it, letting the lightning strike him relentlessly. A thick cloud of smoke rose with a roar, but a strong wind quickly dissipated it, revealing the unharmed young man. He dusted off his tattered clothes and looked at Zun Zun with contempt. What did you just do? No need to test me. You're more than this, aren't you? Don't let me down. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning, 10 times more powerful than the previous one, struck down, sending Zun Zun staggering more than 10 meters onto the arena. Although he wasn't charred black, the dust it kicked up was overwhelming, leaving him covered in dust. So, ordinary magic has no effect on him? Perhaps the god of disobedience, due to his high status, has become immune to such magic. But there is a way. At least Zun Zun believes that explosive magic can hurt him. The key is that explosive magic is a lethal move, draining all the body's energy once used. He didn't have any magic left to fight the god of disobedience, not to mention that he didn't know proper explosive magic. In any case, I must show my true strength. I can't let anyone underestimate me. After magic, swordsmanship, seeing Zun Zun unsheath a longsword imbued with immense magical energy, Vilslana showed interest. To truly defeat you, I must conserve my magic. Really? Because you want to inflict as much damage as possible before you can conceal the powerful magic that determines victory. Very well, I'll play along. Ha, as expected of the god of war. His nose for the battlefield was incredibly keen. He knew that Zun Zun wasn't inexperienced with magic, nor was he using swordsmanship out of sheer confusion, as magic was useless. Instead, he was laying the groundwork to unleash the final, powerful magic at the crucial moment. Yet this man, despite having seen it clearly, was still willing to follow Zun Zun's lead. Was this self-confidence and arrogance, or a genuine desire to defeat Zun Zun by all means to convince him otherwise, or perhaps it was all a ploy to seek his defeat? Vilslana descended from the sky and nonchalantly plucked a branch from the beach. She measured it, finding it a little long, and broke off a piece. This one's just the right length. This should do it, she chuckled, brandishing the branch. Zun Zun, on the other hand, wielded the most powerful magic sword in Luculacious collection, enhanced by its enchantment, making it even more powerful. Of course, it could not compete with a magic sword, nor with a divine weapon. But Zun Zun showed no signs of complacency. The young man's strike of merely 10 centimeters unleashed a whirlwind of sword energy, even with such a tiny, light branch. This was a truly divine skill. Zun Zun, a profound scholar of swordsmanship, understood that at the peak of martial prowess, the size and weight of the weapon were irrelevant. To perfectly wield a heavy, massive weapon, one must learn the technique of wielding it lightly. To perfectly wield a light, slender weapon, one must learn how to deliver a devastating blow. The techniques are countless, but they all lead to the same end. Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! God's miracles are great. Praise the Lord, praise that glorious name. I pray to God, Lord, please save us, the lost lambs. Lord, please save the lands ravaged by the infidels. At the end of the long road, we will reach the promised land. With the venerable one's resounding declaration, the longsword in his hand transformed. Originally a simple knight's sword, it now became more ornate, engraved with mysterious patterns, bound with the golden threads that caught its radiant light. Then, a hint of darkness emerged, and then it grew, transforming into a black dragon, devouring the light completely. Vilslana was startled at the sight, but soon burst into laughter. Ha, you're so funny. You activated the divine sword with such a blessing, but then degraded it with the dragon's lust, causing a drastic reversal. This isn't a divine sword, it's a completely demonic sword, just as gods can be diminished by the intricacies of mythology. Zun Zun also reversed the properties of a supremely noble divine sword. Luclacia was heartbroken to learn of this, but had no choice but to do so in order to subjugate and expel the gods. What's wrong? Do you think it's unfair? How could it be? You know I'm the god of light, so weakening me by suppressing my divine power is the best solution. Zun Zun thought the same thing. The more desperate Velislana became, the more excited he became. His goal was to turn this hopeless situation into fait accompli. Very well, it seems you're ready as well. Then, let's begin the battle, the young god announced with a beaming smile. Zun Zun lowered his body slightly, stretching back like a taut spring. At a critical moment, he pushed out his feet and, like an arrow shot from a bow, charged at Velislana. Born in another world, Zun Zun knew the knight's sword well, for he perfectly understood its strengths, its sharp power and firm control. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the young god's presence, slashing the demonic sword from shoulder to elbow, and then, with the strength of his wrist, brandishing it like a whip. Even a top-notch swordsman would have had a hard time discerning the opponent at first. Furthermore, the raw force of the blow, combined with its overwhelming strength, would overwhelm even the dual knight, a squadron of the Demon King's army. Zun Zun had learned this from a certain shark-toothed snack-a-tail swordsman. Even with this blow, Velislana simply blocked it with a thin branch. Furthermore, the easy counterattack, the simple slash of the branch against Zun Zun's demonic sword, made her wrist tremble. Whether it was the circles that controlled the air or the flawless execution, they were truly the pinnacle of the skill. But the skill's greatest weakness lay in brute force. Even if a small force could defeat a large one, the young god's previous attack had already surpassed it. Zun Zun frowned slightly, simultaneously retreating. Having gained some distance, he appeared beside the young god as if by teleportation. Eye contact, or rather, a gentle flow. Velislana's eyes lit up slightly, as if impressed by the technique. After all, it wasn't magic, but pure skill, which naturally caught the sword god's attention. So, employing these techniques, Zun Zun continuously executed his fast and slow sword strikes. As everyone knows, fast and slow sword strikes in real life, outside of games, are even more unpredictable. Velislana could only evade these attacks by constantly moving left, right, or back. But she didn't just dodge, sometimes she would seize opportunities with small branches to launch counterattacks, weakening Zun Zun's momentum. The young god's quick dodges and thrusts were like the flutter of a butterfly's wings and the sting of a bee. Excellent technique. If you keep improving, you're sure to become a renowned warrior. No, if you were born in the right era, perhaps even a god of war. But, Velislana seemed to handle the situation with ease, even praising her opponent. But after the compliment, her expression suddenly changed. I'm tired of such tricks. As if unwilling to cooperate any further, the young god suddenly disappeared. Zun Zun was stunned. Alarm resounded in his heart, and as if he had had a sudden idea, his hands moved faster than his brain, instinctively pushing his magic sword aside to block. With a metallic sound, the twig was blocked by the magic sword, just 7 centimeters from her throat. 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, Velislana had mastered the visual guidance technique. This technique is extremely difficult for those with greater magical power, lesser control over magic, and a stronger presence, as Stella saw after a week of mastering it. However, in just 10 seconds, the young god before him saw through everything and successfully replicated her. Really? Great. The biggest drawback of visual acuity is that it creates a strong presence the moment it appears, cancelling out the awkwardness of its disappearance and highlighting its presence. This, however, leads to another problem. It must linger to reinforce the impression, and Zun Zun was looking for precisely that moment. Saber light, the beam missed Velislana. Zun Zun knew perfectly well that ordinary magic wouldn't work on it, but other things were a little more complicated. What? The young god staggered forward. In fact, Zun Zun had aimed for the sand from the start, aiming to prevent the opponent from adjusting their stance, allowing him to dodge or block his attacks. And now, Zun Zun suddenly attacked, raising the jet black knight's longsword and brandishing it with a ferocity guaranteed to split the young god in two. But he didn't. Just as he was about to be sliced in two, Velislana made an unexpected move. She struck her legs with a branch, preemptively injuring herself and forcing herself to adjust her stance. Although she escaped being sliced in half, Zun Zun sliced through her left hand, left arm, and even left shoulder. Chapter 448 Sword of Joy. A large amount of blood splattered onto the arena. Zun Zun raised his eyebrows. If you think gods don't bleed, you are mistaken. The blood of God is the best sacrifice. As if answering Zun Zun's doubts, Velislana said this. The left half of his body had been severed, but he felt no pain, standing proudly on the arena. Something like fire clung to his body, transforming into his shoulders and arms. Although his body was clearly cut in half, he seemed to be fine. Of course, Zun Zun wouldn't be so arrogant as to believe he would win. After all, the boy was only one of Velaslana's incarnations, not his original body, and he didn't intend to die after such injuries. It's better to say that what just happened was only a preliminary battle, and the real battle will come later. I must admit that I underestimated you. I apologize. I always thought you needed more development to become a skilled warrior, but I discovered that you already are. Well, to live up to your expectations, I will give it my all. You mean having half your body chopped off was just a joke? Indeed, you are also surprisingly stubborn, Zun Zun laughed. That said, that magic sword is a thorn in my side. In that case, the young man whispered in a low voice, I declare in my name, Charlemagne, fear and retreat. What the? Erica's expression suddenly changed. She had been observing the battle and had thought that Zun Zun could defeat him with his magic sword, but she hadn't expected Velaslana to discover the origin of the magic sword. Do you think you are hiding so deep that I cannot find you? I am the one who can tear down any obstacle. Powerful or evil, no one can defeat me. The young god spread his arms, loudly proclaiming his absolute power. Suddenly, the light multiplied. 10, then 20, orbs of brilliant golden light appeared. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 flames swirled around him, staining the young god in a golden glow. Fear me, Charlemagne. Fear me and my fame. I am called Velaslana, the guardian of the light in the sanctuary. Finally, he revealed his identity. He was the ancient Persian god of war, the guardian of Mishra, the goddess of light. Known in Western Asia as the guardian of light, he shared a common origin with Indra, the Indian thunder god, and possessed connections to both East and West. Indeed, he was an exceptional warrior god, a force that transcended East and West, now descended upon the world. Language is light, the spirit of words is light. So, light, spirit of words, become my sword, become my edge. Velaslana was enveloped in countless lights, radiating a brilliant glow. The magic sword in Zun Zun's hand trembled slightly. I know you, Charlemagne. You are a missionary of the church, a scholar striving for progress, and also a conqueror expanding territories. As the young god chanted, the light intensified with intensity, like a dance. Simultaneously, the flames faded. I, Velaslana, am the sword, a hero of martial arts. And you are a great conqueror, but also an arrogant and presumptuous man. You are an apostle of the Saxons, but a murderer of a quarter of them. You are the defender of the holy city, but the oppressor of royal power. A golden light rose above the sun. The jet-black night sword in Zun Zun's hand trembled violently. The spirit of words that severed the power of God, that was one of Velaslana's incarnations, the golden sword. He wasn't imparting knowledge at that moment, but rather expounding words imbued with magical power. The more one understands the other god, the more likely it is to cut his weapon. In other words, it's a spell that could be called the Sword of Wisdom. He couldn't let the other god continue chanting. He probably already knew the sword's true form. If he finished weaving the words, he would be on the defensive. So Zun Zun rushed to challenge the young god to a swordsmanship duel. But the other god, no longer underestimating his opponent, resorted to using branches, brandishing the golden sword while continuing to weave the words. Vows, this is the true form of your demonic sword. Zun Zun's strike grew sharper. The legendary sword of Emperor Frank, meticulously forged by the legendary blacksmith Galas for 3 years. Its blade is made of the same metal as 2 other famous swords from the same era, Durandar, the Sword of Eternity, and Keltanar, the Sword of Mercy. Velaslana's chant grew louder and louder. The demonic sword in Zun Zun's hand trembled violently, as if trying to break free from her control, struggling against the dark energy enveloping it. Seeing this, the young god smiled confidently. When forging it, Javadius incorporated a fragment of the Godslayer's spear, the Lance of Longinus, into the hilt, imbuing it with divine power. Zun Zun's longsword slashed down at a perfect angle, blocking the golden blade as it struck his waist. Velaslana stopped him, saying, in the Song of Roland, it possesses legendary miracles, able to change color 30 times a day while emitting a dazzling light. Legend has it that this light once broke through the fog barrier, guiding an entire army through a siege. Being a poisonous fog, it also grants its wielder immunity to all poisons. Before he knew it, the surrounding light transformed into swords. Countless golden swords fell from the sky. Zun Zun swiftly blocked and dodged. But the spirit of the words continued. Clothed in white armor and a golden helmet, with a sword at his waist, Vows is unrivaled, His color changes 30 times a day. Suddenly, the knight's longsword in his hand dissipated the black mist enveloping him, revealing his true form. The slender blade shone brightly. The tip of the hilt, classified as type B according to Oakeshot's morphology, was approximately 5 centimeters wide. Carvings of birds adorned both sides, evoking 11th century Scandinavia. A dazzling gem was set in the falconry, while the cross-section of the hand and blade was carved with pterosaurs, their eyes set in lapis lazuli. A magnificent knight's sword, Velislana revealed the true form of the demonic sword, increasing its power. However, this was not its true purpose, or rather, the next step had to begin. Zun Zun's sword sliced through the air, chasing and slashing at the young god's lower body. The goal was not to injure him, but to distract him and prevent him from weaving the spiritual word. Thanks to Zun Zun's superb swordsmanship, Velislana was gradually overwhelmed, but his words did not cease. On the contrary, they grew even more impassioned. Giolvalius once beheaded a Saracen commander and pierced a barrier of mist to protect his lord. With a sword, Ogier was knighted. However, it was lost during the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. A great reward was offered for its recovery. When it was recovered, it was even granted a fief, named in its honor. It should have been a glorious story, but from that moment on, it changed names. The golden sword continued to descend. Zun Zun dodged left and right, bouncing and dodging until it finally reached Velislana. The knight's sword lashed out fiercely. Sword of joy. At that moment, the golden sword burst with brilliant light and appeared behind Velislana. Zun Zun noticed nothing as the golden sword rose and fell fiercely, slicing through the knight's sword with a single blow. A triumphant smile spread across the young god's face. The shard shattered, unable to harm Velislana. However, what she didn't expect was for Zun Zun, undaunted, to plunge the remaining hilt of his sword into the young god's chest. Huh? He looked at him in astonishment. His expression clearly suggested, why? You've already severed divinity, so why are you still wounded? And Velislana was absolutely right. The knight's longsword Zun Zun wielded was none other than the Joyeuse, the sword wielded by Charlemagne and, later, Louis XIV. Charlemagne made notable contributions to administration, justice, military institutions, and economic production, shifting the cultural center from the Mediterranean to the Rhine, earning him the title Father of Europe. However, despite his remarkable stature, he was 8 feet tall, had large, bright eyes, a slightly elongated nose, a ruddy complexion, and a cheerful expression, but his private life was not without its flaws. Hence the sword's name, Joyeuse, the French word for joyful and delightful. However, it was only after falling into the hands of Louis XIV that it was carried on numerous important occasions, ultimately weakening its divine power. Thanks to this, Zun Zun managed to successfully enchant this knight's sword, imbued with divine power and containing a fragment of the holy relic, the Lance of Longinus, into a demonic sword. Zun Zun also understood Velislana's weakness. While she could weave words to explain the origin of divine power and completely sever it, she could not separate divine power from something otherworldly, something rootless in this world. The proof was that Velislana lacked the ability to sever dragons. In order to degrade the knight's holy sword and turn it into a demonic sword, Zun Zun used the blood of the golden dragon he had slain, transforming it with Laklacia's help. It was a pity for the knight's holy sword. I see. Velislana took the broken knight's sword from his chest and, after carefully examining the carvings, understood why it hadn't been cut down along with the golden sword. A disdainful smile. A little trick, but it worked, so it's a useful little trick, and most importantly, it lights up your eyes, right? Ha 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 ha. Yes, that's right, the young god laughed heartily. As the saying goes, the method isn't about being clever, but about success. Whether in a fair melee battle or using this little trick, as long as Velislana is injured, there's no problem. It's a pity that the golden dragon of the other world is an ordinary dragon. The lack of mythological blessings doesn't greatly reduce its strength or divinity. But, just as Zun Zun just said, Velislana can't cut the root of the other world, which means that he isn't afraid of the opponent's golden sword. There is a chance of winning. Having clearly understood this, Zun Zun waved his right hand, and 100-meter tall dragon, burning with ferocious flames, appeared in the air. Come on, let's begin the second round. Chapter 449, Why not use other incarnations? Don't you want to use them? Velislana's golden sword is incredibly powerful, with insect-level skill. The more she knows her opponent, the more powerful she becomes, eventually shattering their divinity. However, Zun Zun is from another world, with no roots in this one, and thus cannot sever their power. However, Velislana is a god, making ordinary magic ineffective against him. Ultimately, the battle will become a test of skill and strength. Zun Zun can access the power of the god of disobedience, and only one can do so. Come, immortal spirit, demonic flame dragon, with a resounding roar, an enormous dragon, 100 meters tall, materialized in the air. The intense flames rapidly raised the temperature, evaporating the seawater. Ha ha ha. You finally managed to scream. Velislana opened her arms, as if embracing the sudden threat. Divine beasts. No, should we call them immortal spirits? In ancient times, the beings closest to the gods. Some say they are messengers of the gods, others that they are creatures raised by the world. In either case, they always appear alongside heroes, guiding and leading them to great deeds. In fact, whether in this world or others, immortal spirits have one thing in common: they are companions of heroes. Unlike the disobedient mythical beasts who have become detached from myths, the immortal spirit of Zun Zun is a genuine immortal spirit, a pioneer on the path to great deeds, not a consummator. I feel more and more that if you had been born in ancient times, you would have become an incredible warrior, no, a god of war. Mythology is full of examples of humans who become gods, notably Hercules and Gilgamesh. Their common denominator is the divine blood they carry within them. Leaving aside the often criticized requirement of divine blood for humans to become gods in Western mythology, Zun Zun also possesses divine blood, and this is the fundamental reason why he attracts immortal spirits. But, you have truly underestimated me. You are using dragons, subordinates of the Earth Mother, to fight me. Velislana smiled. He is the dragon-slaying sword god, known in Armenia as Vathun, dragon slayer. The ancient Armenian Song of the Birth of Vathun tells a rich tale of Vathun's battles and dragon conquests. This Vahagnian song, which circulated long after Armenia's conversion to Christianity, further reinforced his divinity. If you think you can defeat me just because you have scared away my avatar, the boar, you are greatly mistaken. Whether they are immortal spirits or mythical beasts, as long as they are connected to the Earth Mother, the dragon and the serpent, they will not be able to defeat me. With that, the young god, golden sword in hand, charged at the high-altitude demonic dragon. Roar. The dragon's roar did not diminish despite their individual differences. Rather, it was precisely because it fully understood the immense magical power contained within its tiny body that the wise dragon flooded it with a force even more powerful than ever before. Ha! Velislana, golden sword in hand, charged with a vengeance, easily shattering the dragon's breath. All evil, fear me. The unrighteous possessed of power cannot defeat me. I am the strongest, capable of breaking through all obstacles. The golden sword strengthened under its influence, and the young man's handsome face grew even more ferocious. He did not look like a god. Just as the golden sword was about to reach the fire dragon, a cat's meow echoed behind them. It darted through the shadows, fast enough for Velislana to react, and bit down on her ankle. Hiss! The young god's expression betrayed obvious pain, and the longsword in his hand paused for a moment. The demonic flame dragon didn't waste this golden opportunity, striking back with its massive claws. What is this? Velislana cried in pain as she flew backward, finally stopping in midair. She stared at the cat that had suddenly appeared. It seemed unprepared for such a sudden change. Another fairy, and a black cat at that, the young god exclaimed with a solemn expression. In ancient Egypt, black cats were revered as symbols of mystery and protection, and were used as amulets. They were believed to protect both the body and the soul, and were used in amulets, such as tombs and talismans. Consequently, black cats were depicted on murals and sculptures as symbols of protection and strength. In ancient Greek and Roman culture, black cats were considered symbols of misfortune and bad luck. This was due to their association with darkness and evil. In ancient Greek and Roman legends, black cats were often depicted as sorcerers or bringers of evil, considered a bad omen. And this black cat before him. Velislana looked at her ankle, which emitted a black aura. This violent and sinister aura was a natural restraint for him. For a part of his divinity came from Heracles. Hera once tried to prevent the birth of the great hero Heracles, but her servant Galinthius thwarted her plan and, enraging her, transformed him into a black cat. But instead of becoming Heracles' subordinate, Galinthius became a follower of Hecate, forever associated with darkness and resentment. So using this method to weaken my divinity, it's quite a technique, just a coincidence. Truly, Quite a coincidence, Zun Zun never imagined that his dragon and his cat would have such an impact on Velislana. Rather, it was each other's divinity that was too complex. While receiving the blessings of so many divine powers made him powerful, it also created many limitations. But two mere immortals can't affect me, really? Well, I can't do anything. It's the best I can do right now. Faced with Velislana's provocation, Zun Zun could only respond with a wry smile. As if to prove it, the young god completely ignored Zun Zun's presence and faced the two immortals. At this moment, Zun Zun finally had some respite. A little exhausted, Zun Zun, Erica rushed over to help the staggering Zun Zun, her face full of worry. Are you alright? Pretty alright. In fact, I still have some physical and magical strength left, or rather, a lot of it. It's just that this is the first time I've participated in such a high-level battle, so I'm a little nervous and tired. His smile remained undiminished. It had been a long time since I had felt this way. The last time I experienced this was during the battle against the Gut Hunter, the taste of death. But it should be considered a success, right? Successful. Erica looked up at the sky. The young god and the two immortals were constantly trembling. Although outnumbered, the young god was not far behind. In fact, thanks to his superior martial arts skills, he gradually caught up and dominated the immortals. Could it be that you, Zun Zun, have other immortals? No. No, it's not that I don't have any, it's just that right now they were useless. 4 balls of light appeared in Zun Zun's hands. They danced up and down, with a strong desire to express themselves. Okay, I know you want to help, but you can't do anything now, right? Then he looked at Erica. As you can see, without becoming the highest-ranking immortals, they can't help much. How is that possible? Doesn't that mean they can't do anything? Erica looked at the battlefield with worry. He had completely left behind his past arrogance. After witnessing the battle between gods, he didn't even have the qualifications to observe, let alone participate, unless he was far away. Velislana, in particular, was too strong. That's an exaggeration. Zun Zun stood upright and shook his arms. At least I think I've done well. Well, look. Doesn't Velislana have 10 avatars? How many has she used so far? Well, 1, then why doesn't she use the others? Doesn't she want to, huh? Erica fell deep in thought. This was the result of a game of wits between both sides. Velislana was powerful, his flexible clones able to adapt to a wide range of situations. No matter the type of opponent, he had a suitable method to deal with them. That was why he was invincible on the battlefield, undefeated. But Zun Zun sealed his other avatars, using 2 immortal spirits. The immortal dragon, although subservient to the Earth Mother, was an immortal spirit from another world. The immortal cat had absorbed the violent and lazy deities controlled by Wabuk. Velislana was unable to sever its roots, so to remain invincible, she had to use the golden sword. Your Excellency, what you mean is, that's right. Did Velislana manage to wield the golden sword while drawing on the remaining power of her other incarnations? The answer is, of course, no. At first, she was able to do so, but following the curse inflicted by the demonic sword piercing her chest, her divinity steadily weakened. Added to this, the curse inflicted by the fairy cats, she had no power left to change. It was a consequence of underestimating her enemy. Not only that, look over there, what is this? Velislana had completely won the battle against the 2 fairies, but her beautiful face had become monstrous, more akin to a demon than a god. It's the influence of his divinity. The more he fought the fairy cats, the stranger he became. Because of the hero Hercules' divinity, he had received great favor before birth. The more he fought his benefactor, the more his divinity became distorted, for it violated mythology. But I still can't defeat him. No, that's enough. Zun Zun did some warm-up exercises and said to Erica beside him, wait a moment, make sure you catch up with me. What? Erica didn't have time to react when she saw the boy beside her soar into the sky, heading straight for the god of disobedience, and then she hugged him. Boom. After a brief pause, a loud explosion was heard in the sky. Chapter 450, Fate, Destiny, and the Godslayer. In the aerial battle, Velislana had the advantage, for she possessed a weapon capable of sealing divine power and slashing at her enemies. It was only natural. Both the dragon and the cat had received countless blows. The young god's victory was probably only a matter of time, but his agility in the air and the speed of his swordsmanship were slowly diminishing. It's useless. I am the undefeated god of war. Neither dragons nor cats without mythological roots can touch me. Ho ha ho ha, Velislana laughed loudly, as if asserting her inviolability. If the young god was a mixture of many gods, then Velislana encompassed a vast majority. Therefore, the god of war, and the god of invincibility were manifestations of his divinity. Even if this distorted his own divine nature, he would not retreat. What is it? Come back, the god and the two immortals clashed. Her stance, subduing a dragon and a tiger, feline, was a manifestation of the god himself, though her face was ferocious, like that of a demon from hell. Gradually, the dragon fairy and the cat fairy disintegrated, their forms becoming ethereal. Fairies are not immortal. Although they are born from the world, formed by the convergence of natural energy, even death is simply the dispersion of energy back into the world, but their consciousness also dissipates. Even if they fuse again, they will not be the same being. HMPH, after all, you've only come this far. Velislana's face was pale, and bright red blood flowed from her forehead, creating a stark contrast. Two golden swords appeared in her hands, seemingly designed to confront the two fairies separately. Even if she won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Then, I shall kill you completely here and now, to prove my— Just as the young god raised his golden sword, a figure appeared behind him. He didn't panic, but instead turned and kicked the opponent, but the latter deftly dodged. Immediately afterward, a golden sword followed, piercing the attacker's chest at a tricky angle. This is the gift of the demonic sword. A smug smile spread across Velislana's fierce face. Do you think I won't be alert? On the battlefield, the easiest time to let down our guard is at the moment of victory. As a skilled warrior, you will never waste this opportunity. Of course I will seize it. Ouch! With a golden sword piercing his chest, Zun Zun first felt a chill, then scorching heat, and finally a sharp pain. He frowned, but he didn't cry out or retreat. Instead, he silently opened his arms and hugged the young god. Velislana didn't believe Zun Zun was hugging him as a gesture of greeting or friendship, as a powerful magical force was constantly gathering and contracting. This should be my last move, a selfless attack? What nonsense. You should know that magic can't harm me, even in my current state. The young god tried to break free. But as long as the golden sword was stuck in Zun Zun's chest, he couldn't use other incarnations, and he wouldn't be allowed to now. That's right. Ordinary magic can't do harm, but there's one spell I think will definitely work. After all, it's considered humanity's last resort. What? I'm exploding? All of Zun Zun's drained magic power, along with a cherry hair ornament, was suddenly released after a brief contraction, exploding in the air with a blast no less powerful than Megumin's explosive magic. A mighty air current split the sea, and Erica was thrown over 10 meters by the shockwave. She barely managed to stabilize herself with her rapier, narrowly avoiding being thrown even farther. You're joking. Erica stared in astonishment at the waves parting, refusing to close, and Zun Zun lying on the sand. She never imagined that, at the last instant, Zun Zun would unleash such dramatic magic, changing the course of the battle. The girl suddenly remembered Zun Zun's earlier promise to catch him. But how could she catch him if such dramatic magic couldn't even come close? Erica grumbled as she carried Zun Zun, the golden sword stuck in his chest, back onto the sand. The waves gradually closed in. She gazed at the calm sea. This should be over, right? Well, that's one flag I can't raise under any circumstances. Zun Zun, how are you? The girl asked worriedly, but received no reply. She noticed his still glowing red eyes fixed on a spot in the sand. What's wrong? What's that, over there? She couldn't get a word out. There stood a young god. Though ragged, scarred, and unsteady, he was still there, radiating a powerful presence. Good fight, the young god said softly. He sounded approving, like a celestial god praising a mortal. However, this heartfelt praise didn't bring a smile to Erica's face. Instead, she instinctively took a step back. You have succeeded, and you are truly extraordinary. In my time, I would have rewarded you. I am the strongest, holding all victory in my hands. When disaster afflicts you, simply recite the words I grant you, sing the words of my victory, Velislana admonished nonchalantly. It was a different word, one that seemed to nullify the effects of the magic sword and the immortal spirit. Erica's knees buckled involuntarily. This was the young man incarnate. This word could protect Zun Zun and Erica, but in return, she would become his servant, unable to resist his commands. At that moment of exhaustion, unexpectedly. Yet even so, She forced herself to support Zun Zun's body and would never fall. "Erica, don't worry, I'll protect you." She forced an ugly smile onto her pale face, but Zun Zun was moved. "It's the effect of the suspension bridge," he thought. Then, he slowly straightened his body, leaving the girl's back that was constantly bending to resist the spirit word, and the softness also disappeared. Zun Zun, eh? Velislana looked at Zun Zun in surprise. He had obviously activated the spirit word, but Zun Zun seemed unaffected at all. "Are you still thinking of resisting? You've already done quite well. Don't do any more meaningless struggling. Obey honestly." "I refuse." The voice was gentle, but very firm. "Velislana, do you believe in fate?" "What do you mean? Even if you're a god, in thousands or tens of thousands of battles, your opponent will always have a chance to win. Not to mention, I've already defeated you. That was only when it was incomplete. And I've already won once. The same miracle won't happen again." "No, you're mistaken." Zun Zun's crown kept shrinking, emitting a faint glow. His face was extremely pale. Besides the physical discomfort caused by the complete loss of magical power, there was also the pain the crown brought him. But he knew that it was necessary to go through it. "For me, it's not a matter of probability, but whether it exists or not. Whether it's 1 in millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions, as long as it exists. I will definitely bring it to light." HMPH, luck. I admit you're quite lucky, but this isn't a dilemma that can be solved with luck. No, the elements of luck are already there, and the elements of fate will also appear. Zun Zun slowly extended his hand. A gentle breeze kept swirling. There was nothing in front of them, but they all felt something emerging. "This is the first time I've used this against a god," he whispered. "It's a double-edged sword, a power far more dangerous than explosion magic, one that leaves no room for retreat once used. It's also the same power Zun Zun had discarded early on in his battle against Velislana. For a god, using such a power would be like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, a dead end." Aqua's example was still fresh in his mind. But, in the end, whether or not to use it will yield almost the same result, so, either way, we must give it a try. "You?" The young god stared into space. Zun Zun couldn't see anything, but he seemed to see something, his face full of solemnity. "But then, haha. Fine, then, use your stubbornness and stupidity to stand against my divinity and see how far you can go." Then, Zun Zun grabbed the invisible sword. So heavy, so heavy, so heavy, so heavy, as if he was forcibly lifting something heavy, like Sisyphus lifting a huge stone, with the entire weight of the world in his arms, incredibly heavy. He gritted his teeth, his face fierce, and despite the difficulty, he forced himself to lift it. Slowly, heavily. As long as there was even a slight interruption from external force, all previous efforts would be in vain. However, the young god in front of him did nothing. Instead, he looked at Zun Zun with anticipation, waiting for that moment. Erica was also looking forward to it. She looked at the young man who was half a head taller than her, his arms raised high like a hero fighting against the gods. "No, now he's the hero. Can you let me taste defeat again?" "Time," Velislana also said in a low voice, with eyes that saw the same scene. "Let's go." With these expectant words, the invisible sword in Zun Zun's hand suddenly fell. Who has a harder life? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.